Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to each one of you to the one-day Multidisciplinary National Level Conference, which is a part of the Silver Jubilee celebrations of the Department of PG Studies and Research and Psychology, SDM College, Ujire.
My name is Seema Jangir of 3rd BSc Psychology.
I'm Janavi of 2nd MSc Psychology, will be the Master of Ceremonies for today's event.
The Department of UG Psychology, in association with the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology, has put forward this one-day multidisciplinary national level conference that we are going to witness today. The theme of the conference focuses on millets and its impact on our mental health, for which we have students from all over the nation joining us both offline and online. Through this conference, we will observe presentations covering the nutritional composition of various millet species, their cultural significance and potential future developments in correlation with the overall mental health. Since 1971, the Department of Psychology at SDM College, Ujire aims to promote interest in studying human behavior and lay the groundwork for higher studies and research in the field of psychology. In BSc and BA programs, psychology is offered as an optional subject. The department prepares students for psychological testing through one of the well-equipped and state-of-the-art laboratories and provides mental health services to the community.
To brief a little about the journey of the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology marks a significant milestone commemorating 25 years of achievements, memories, and growth since its inception in 1999. Spanning from 1999 to 2024, this celebration highlights the enduring legacy and the remarkable journey over a quarter of a century of the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology. Over the years, it has evolved, embracing new traditions while honoring the old, and has become a cherished event that many look forward to annually. The Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology is celebrating its 25th anniversary, promoting psychological education and research through various programs, workshops, and outreach programs. The department also conducts discussions on contemporary psychological issues and engages in community services projects. We wholeheartedly congratulate the department as it embarks on its 25th year.
To begin this special celebration, let us start with a moment of reflection and gratitude. I invite Ananya of 3rd BSc Psychology and her team to lead us in a prayer.
शम्भो गिरीश सुरपूजितकामवैरिं गौरीश शङ्करा महेश्वर विश्वहेतो शम्भो गिरीश सुरपूजितकामवैरिं गौरीश शङ्करा महेश्वर विश्वहेतो धर्मस्थलेश सकलेश दयापयोधे श्रीमञ्जुनाथ नितरा कुरु मङ्गलं मे धर्मस्थलेश सकलेश दयापयोधे श्रीमञ्जुनाथ नितरा कुरु मङ्गलं मे कुरु मङ्गलं मे कुरु मङ्गलं मे कुरु मङ्गलं मे.
Thank you, Ananya and team. It has been a period of immense growth and achievement, and today we gather not only to celebrate our past, but to look forward to the future with renewed energy and commitment. The conference consists of a technical as well as a scientific session through which we will gain immense knowledge covering the sub-themes as well as the objectives of the conference. Now, I would like to invite our head of the department, Dr. Vandana Jain, the convener of the program, to deliver the welcome speech.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. A very good morning to all. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed guests, faculty members, and dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this one-day multidisciplinary conference on millets and mental health organized by Undergraduate and Postgraduate Department of Psychology, SDM College, Ujire. As rightly said from MC Dusk, the journey of our department began in 1971 when the Undergraduate Department of Psychology was established with the mission to cultivate interest in understanding human behavior, laying a strong foundation for higher studies and research in the dynamic fields of psychology. Later, in 1999, the Department of Postgraduate Studies and Research in Psychology was founded, fostering an environment of academic consistency, encouraging students to unlock their full potential and contributing to the field through innovative research and outreach initiatives. This year, we proudly celebrating the 25th year of Postgraduate Department, a milestone that underscores our contributions and commitment to advancing psychological education and research. Through a variety of programs, workshops, and academic endeavors, we aim to contribute meaningfully to the field of psychology and at large well-being of the society. Today's conference is one of these initiatives and particularly a special event for our department. The theme of today's program or a conference, Millets and Mental Health, bridges between two fields that are critical for holistic well-being. The relationship between nutrition and mental health is increasingly recognized as a vital area of study, and we are fortunate to have experts from diverse fields, health, nutrition, and psychology with us today to explore this nexus. It's an honor to have each distinguished guest with us to grace this occasion with their expertise and support. I request to allow to extend a special welcome to each one of you present here. First and foremost, in absence of Dr. Satish Chandra S., Secretary of SDME Society, I remember him in this particular moment. And I also extend a warm welcome and respectful welcome to Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, Principal of SDM College, Ujire, who is presiding over today's gathering. Sir's visionary leadership in holistic education has fostered a culture of academic innovation and well-being within our institution. We are deeply honored by your presence, sir, and grateful for your continuous guidance and support. On behalf of all gathered here, I warmly welcome you, sir. I would like to take a moment to extend a particular warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guest, Dr. Khadar sir, fondly known as Millet Man of India. Dr. Khadar sir contributed to food and nutrition have not only revolutionized the way we think about health, but have earned him the prestigious Padma Shri Award in 2023. When I reached to him, despite his incredibly busy schedule and numerous commitments, he accepted our invitation to be here as an guest speaker, and his presence and insight are truly honor for us all. Sir is a pioneer work in promoting millets and their profound impact on health, including mental well-being, which aligns perfectly with the theme of today's conference, and we are fortunate to have you here, sir. Sir, a warm welcome on behalf of everyone. I would also like to extend a warm and affectionate welcome to another chief guest of our conference, Dr. Priti V. Schanberg, consultant psychiatrist from Shivamoga. Ma'am, your deep expertise in mental health care and your compassionate approach brings immense value to this conference. We are truly honored to have you here in this particular conference. Ma'am, a warm welcome to you too. So I'm very happy to extend a warm welcome to Professor Vishwanatha P, Dean of PG Studies. His leadership in postgraduate education has played a vital role in fostering an environment of academic excellence. Sir, warm welcome to you. A heartfelt welcome to Professor Sridhar Bhatt Sir, Dean of Humanities. His dedication and promoting holistic education is truly appreciated. Sir, welcome you too. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Savita Kumari, Dean of Science. She is a person who always encourages for interdisciplinary collaborations. Ma'am, welcome to this one-day conference. I'm also happy to welcome the registrars, IQAC coordinator to this particular conference, and also it's my duty to welcome all the participants who gathered here in an online as well as in an offline platform from various parts of states of country or various parts of country, and who are joining us throughout this particular day. So welcome each and everyone. Welcome to all the heads of the institution, head of the department, faculty members, and dear students, participants. Welcome all. And finally, I welcome media members, organizing committee members, secretary, and all the internal members for this conference. Welcome you all. I hope this conference serves as a platform for meaningful dialogues, interdisciplinary collaboration, and the exchange of ideas that will contribute to the fields of both mental health and nutrition. Once again, I welcome you all to what promises to be an enlightening and enriching experience. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. We wholeheartedly welcome you too. Now I request Dr. Sudhir KV to welcome the President of the program, Dr. B.A. Kumara Hegde, Principal of SDM College Ujire, with a bookmark. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Mahesh Babu N to welcome the chief guest, Dr. Khadar Wali, Food and Nutritional Specialist, with a bookmark. Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Ashwini Shetty to welcome chief guest Dr. Priti V. Shanbag, consultant psychiatrist at Shimoga, with a bookmark. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Ms. Ashwini H. to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Vishwanath P., Dean PG Studies, with a bookmark. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Ms. Padma Shri to welcome the guest of honor, Professor Sridhar N. Bhatt, Dean Humanities, with a bookmark. Thank you, ma'am. I request Mr. Akhil, Secretary of Cognitive Association, to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Savita Kumari, Dean Science. Thank you, Akhil. I now request Mr. Chaitanya, Secretary of Peace Association, to welcome Dr. Vandana Jain, convener of the program, with a bookmark. Thank you, Chaitanya. Lastly, I request Ms. Arya, Treasurer of Peace Association, to welcome Ms. Sindhu V., Organizing Secretary of the program, with a bookmark. Thank you, Arya. We will now proceed with the lighting of the lamp, a tradition symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of knowledge and enlightenment. I invite the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for the ceremonial lighting.
Kindly excuse us for the technical error. It is now time to introduce our chief guests of the program. Before that, Dr. Satish Chandra S., Secretary of the SDME Society, conveys his best regards to the dignitaries as well as towards the success of this conference. Thank you, sir, for the best wishes. Your continuous support is much appreciated. To introduce the chief guests of the program, Dr. Priti Shanbag, Consultant Psychiatrist, Shivamogga, has pursued her MD in Psychiatric Medicine from JJM Medical College, Davangere, Karnataka, and has been working as a consultant for the past 13 years. Her areas of interest involve working with children suffering from behavioral problems and academic difficulties. She has also been a resource person for state universities in the subject of counseling and psychiatry. She is the co-founder of Katil Ashokpai Institute of Allied Health Sciences, as well as the director of academic programs at Manasa Educational Foundation of Mental Health, which is the educational wing of Manasa Trust, offering postgraduate distance education programs in the areas of counseling. Currently, she is practicing consultant psychiatry at Manasa, Shivamogga, with a special focus on children and learning disability. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am. I now request Dr. Priti Shanbag to give the chief guest address.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, participants of this program, teachers, faculty members, members of the press, and everybody else gathered here in this esteemed audience. Ellargu namaskara, a very good morning to all of you. Let me start my speech by saying a big thank you to all the organizers of this program for thinking about such an interdisciplinary topic, which is very rare to find nowadays. I also thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share the stage with such luminaries, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let me start by talking about an anecdote. Very long ago, when the Gurukula system existed, there was once a prince who came to a very wise sage at a Gurukula and asked him to teach him all the 16 type of vidyas that a prince was supposed to learn before he became king. Now the prince was a man of the world and he wanted to do everything in a hurry and start going back to his kingdom as fast as possible and start taking the reins of his kingdom so that he could serve his people better. So he came and asked the sage about what would be taught in the Gurukula and how long he would like to stay there, he would have to stay there. And the Guru spoke to him and told him, after listening to him and what all needed to be taught, he formulated a plan and he told him that maybe you would have to spend about 10 to 12 years here with me in the Gurukula. Now this prince, as I already mentioned, was in a big hurry to go back and start his work. So he thought about it for a moment and asked the sage that if I could, kind of fast forward what I'm doing, like maybe study for 5-6 hours more than what I'm expected to, maybe skip a few meals, maybe sleep for a shorter duration, skip whatever work here is unnecessary, and then concentrate all on my studies, then how fast can I finish my course? How fast can I go back and how fast will my studies be completed? Now the sage thought for a while, he did some mental calculations, he looked at the prince very thoughtfully, and finally he told him, see, if I told you the first way which you were supposed to be doing, that is doing everything at its own sweet pace, maybe you'll have to be here for about 10 to 12 years. But at the pace that you are mentioning, maybe, and when this happened, the prince thought that the sage might say 5-6 years maybe, or 3-4 years. But the sage said, maybe you'll have to stay here for about 20 to 25 years. Now the prince was shocked and amazed, and he mentioned to the sage, but I'm trying to put in more hard work, more energy. I'm willing to lose sleep. I'm willing to do whatever you say, but please send me back faster. At which the sage replied that what has to be done keeping in mind not only the knowledge that you gain, but also the health that you keep, also the maturity that you will gain, and also the fact that whatever you take from here needs to be applied in your life and to help the subjects at large. Now, why I'm mentioning this here is that in today's times, we live sort of like the prince. We need everything fast. This is an age where we have fast food, fast work, shortcuts for everything. We have come down from studying textbooks, big tomes of textbooks, to searching everything online and getting information from there. So we live in an extremely fast-forward world where we are always in a hurry to do something better than the next person, faster than the next person, gain something as fast as possible so that we make ourselves more knowledgeable, more faster moving in the world and attain whatever we are supposed to. But this always comes at a cost. We now see that we have a lot of people. I am a mental health professional practicing for the past 17 years. And at the beginning of my career, I used to see, I work mainly with children and adolescents. So at the beginning of my career, I used to see a lot of people with major mental illnesses like say schizophrenia, bipolar, etc. And those people were adults somewhere between the age of 25 to 40, and we would rarely see children around. Cut to 10-15 years later, we now see in a small place like Shivamogga, on a day-to-day basis, in my OPD itself, we see quite a lot of children and adolescents, most of them suffering from frustration, sleeplessness, excessive competitiveness, all of which are, I feel, maladies of this fast-forward world. We are a generation of excess. Think back to about 80-90 years ago, we had very less food security, very poor access to education, our financial state was not that great, and our life expectancy was shorter too. Cut to 90 years later, we are better off in all these areas. Our children almost take it for granted that their education is a given. Most of us do not starve our day. Most of us have parents who are already educated, so are willing to fund our education to a certain extent. We have everything that is needed to be had. But in the general happiness index, our country stands somewhere around 126th in number. Now, why is this so? That if our conditions for survival have become much better over the past decade or past century, that most of us are extremely unhappy with what we have, I would think most social scientists would agree that we are also a generation of frustration. And frustration might seem like one very vague word which most of us have, and we have to bear with it and move on because today's life is like that, etc. But what we fail to understand is this small piece of frustration acts a lot on our mental as well as physical health. Earlier we used to feel that frustration, sadness, unhappiness are only aspects of the mind, and these should be kept there itself. But now we are seeing that all these aspects do affect our physical health, reduce our productivity, reduce the way we think, change our cognitions, and basically make us less effective a human being than we would be if we were not frustrated, not unhappy, and not upset about most things in life. Keeping this in cognizance, maybe you would have heard that a small country like Bhutan measures something called the Gross Happiness Index, wherein they feel that if they measure the happiness of the people and make sure that that is at the optimum best, the rest of the whatever promoters which needed to be there for development, which need to be there for personal effectiveness, for the country to grow, all of them fall into place by itself. Why I'm mentioning this today is because today we have, as I mentioned earlier, resorted to something which comes very fast. We have resorted to taking shortcuts for most of the things. But unfortunately, thanks to our evolutionary basis, where evolution has occurred extremely slowly, extremely at a soft, slow pace, we have to understand that the past 1 century of extreme fast growth is probably not acceptable to our body, to our genes, to our general population and community. We have been moving fast, but somewhere the systems of our body and the mind are failing to cope up, which is the reason why a lot of common mental illnesses are increasing in the society. And I would say lifestyle diseases too. So it is now time to rethink what we are doing, because we have everything now, so we need to improve in cognition. We need our next generation to contribute to the betterment of the world. So I think it is high time that we start thinking about where we are heading, change the pace of our life, change the way we think, and basically go back to the basics. And by basics, I would mean that eat simple, live simple, stay clean, and at the same time, think high. If that has to be done, I think more conferences, more workshops like this, which are interdisciplinary, where we combine psychology with nutrition, where we combine mental health with physical health, more of such workshops should happen so that we understand more of our body, more of our mind, and the connection that exists between it, and slowly make wiser and better choices for ourselves and the people around us. I urge you, because all of you are students and would be starting out into your new professional lives very soon, to start thinking about this seriously and not compartmentalize yourself into thinking that you're only psychology students, only naturopaths, only homeopaths, and etc., etc. We need to collaborate together. We need to make sure that we think very much more clearly and very much more integrated, and make sure that the people around us and ourselves are healthier, happier, and definitely more productive. So I once again thank the organizers of this program for thinking of such an innovative and a wonderful theme. I thank the organizers for calling me again, and I thank you all for a very patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, I apologize for the technical difficulties, and I request the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for a ceremonial lighting.
दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीप
Popularly known as the Millet Man of India, Dr. Khadar did his PhD in steroid biochemistry from Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, from 1986 to 87. He then worked as postdoctoral fellow in Oregon Graduate Center, Beaverton, Oregon, United States of America, till 1991. He then joined CFTRI, Mysuru, as senior scientist in biochemistry and nutrition department. In 1993, he went to the United States again to join CR&D at DuPont Company, Wilmington, DE, and worked as scientists in various departments till 1997. On his return to India, he worked as an independent scientist to establish the role of millets in preventing and curing modern-day disease. Dr. Khadar established the Hasuru Mahani Clinic and trained doctors to use food systems to heal people along with homeopathic medicine. For 25 years, he has actively been traveling to villages and cities across Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana, and from the past 5 years all across India to spread awareness about millets as our staple grains and their importance in preventing and healing diseases and as the most sustainable food for the future. Adding on to his achievements, Sir was awarded the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award by the Government of India during 2023, and the same was handed over to him by the President of India on 5th April 2023. Now, I request the President of the program and the dignitaries on the dais to honor Dr. Khadar. Thank you, dignitaries. Moving forward, I now request Dr. Khadar, Food and Nutrition Specialist, to give the Chief Guest address.
Namaskara. Namaskara Andre. ಈಗ 4-5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. ಈಗ ತೊಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಐ ಶುಡ್ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಟು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಇಂದ, ಸಾರಿ, ಓಕೆ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ. The problem with the world right now is that science is defined in the Western thought process and it is linear. That is the biggest problem of the world right now. That there is a big bang and then things are going like that. That's way, way, way far away from truth. Absolutely. And the Eastern thought process is everything is cyclic. Actually, Madam's lecture, if you hear, she's also very confused. Some data she reeled out from the Western and then trying to do things. Bhutan people are not as happy as she expressed. Or in Ujire, people are not as unhappy as we are all thinking about it. All these statistics are actually reeled out by Western thought process and the procedures that they have invented. So, basically, there is nothing like people being happy as a whole group. Everyone finds his or her happiness, and there are at times you are unhappy, there are at times you are frustrated, there are at times you gather yourself. So, this is the basic problem with the world, that we are trying to impose certain basic principles that a group of people think is right, and then we are all trying to measure up to that. That's absolute nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. absolute nonsense. Sorry, I am actually very, very, very out of the box guy. And people again is a mental, physical, all these divisions are absolutely nonsensical. It is for administrative purposes we have divided these departments and compartmentalized. Knowledge doesn't exist in compartmentalized basis. And our Gurukula system is very famous. Only off late people are talking about it. And we have been losing the great concepts of our thought process and our teachings and our Vidyakul based on this last 150 years of Western thought process taking over the world, okay? So, as of now, many people are under the transition and we are all confused guys, completely confused guys. So, we take something from here, something from there, and then trying to amalgamate things, and the concept of interdisciplinary itself is a wrong thing. There is nothing like disciplines. There's only one thing. We are all one. In fact, the whole planet is one. There is nothing like tree, man, wood. Everything is the same. You know, we are all cyclic. Everything is going. See, this wood, the carbon dioxide fixed as lignin, would have been the carbon dioxide that I released through my system, or some leaf has fixed. So the whole planet is connected, and we in the Western systems, these divisions have been going on. In the body itself, dental doctor, mental doctor, you know, all these confusions are there. So if I have a pain in my dentist, where is the mental business coming here? Nothing happens. It's only the pain, dental pain you have. So this is all cyclic. Everything affects everything. And grossly, it is the existence depends on the tummy and below, the celiac region. And if that is where the brain is controlled, and that's where the food comes into picture. And it is just that I sit and no food, and I am highly spiritual, highly intellectual, sit 21 days, 31 days. If you go to Himalayas, maybe there are some sadhus and others. I'm talking about a common general person will die after 21 or 40 days. So where is your mind and where is your spirit, where is all this, you know, average I'm talking. So it is cyclic. There are people with mind, you know, control everything, Panchabhutas, Avahana, all that are higher systems. Maybe you have to go to Himalayas, some sadhus, santas who are living for 2000 years and all, but they are not even on fingertips you can count. So in general, the life form depends on the cyclic systems, all cyclic things. So for a human race, it is, the mind is controlled by the gut microbes. The celiac region, that is after the tummy opens, the valve opens, and then for absorption things happen, small intestines and large intestines. And it has to be 2.1 kilos to 2.3 kilos of gut microbes, which actually die when you eat sugar. If your blood has higher amount of sugar, you have problems. That means all of you who eat sugar have some mental problem or the other. Because the diversified microbes in the gut declare your mental health. Period. But do you know the world now is producing, our India alone produces 88 lakh tons of sugar. Where is it going? It's all going into your systems. So pathogenic bacteria increase, and now we have found in the last 150 years, not only in India, even in Bhutan, their tummies, we only have 0.8 kilos of microbes. So your brain is controlled by the gut-brain axis, where the microbial processes, because our living cells cannot perform all the biochemical processes and produce example, just for one example, vitamin B12. Our system doesn't have vitamin B12 production. It is only the microbes they do. And without that, there is no mental health or any health for that matter. So we should not be talking about mental health alone in a separate system. We need to talk as complete. Health is holistic. You are healthy when your mind, body, everything is healthy. So unless you change your food, I will not take more time, I am just giving you some introduction. And if this is the reason why everywhere restlessness exists, because people are consuming sugar so much that where our mental health is disturbed, because the gut microbes are disappearing from decade to decade as the time goes by. So to connect your mental health and your spiritual health, everything is connected to the gut microbes. And what are these microbes that you cannot see? It's a huge complex web of microbes. It's not one microbe, as many people think. Microbes ಮಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಮಜ್ಜಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬ್, ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೋಬ್ಯಾಸಿಲಸ್, ದಟ್ ಟು an anaerobic bacteria. It cannot do much. In fact, it cannot go beyond lactose. It cannot even make carbon dioxide. So it's a huge system, complex system playing in your celiac region, and the whole human race, based on this Western thought process, has been traveling in the wrong direction, absolutely opposite direction, and that is the reason why we have problems all over the world. And then we establish NIMHANS, this, that, and no one has cured anyone. They are all on the tablets. You keep taking tablets. Diabetes, take tablet. How long? Lifelong. BP, how long? Lifelong. Thyroid, how long? Lifelong. Mental problem till you die. This is the state of affairs, and we call ourselves healing people, this and that. Healing people means you bring them back to natural systems. If you are diabetic, after 6 months or 1 year or 2 years, you should not be not diabetic. If you have thyroid problem, after 2 years, if not 2 years, 3 years, take 5 years, you should not be taking tablet. And that is what is called healing. And we are managing everything managements. So these management problems are real, because they want to manage, they want the problem to exist. So continue to make things happen. So no doctor on this planet is talking that don't eat sugar. Sugar is the last but one product that you should be pumping into your blood, because homeostasis of the blood depends on the fine-tuned, balanced amount of sugar in your blood stream. So according to me, unless you talk about that homeostasis of the blood, which actually is the connecting thing throughout your system, from your hair to the nail, and that is where our attention has to be, and the whole world has just not been thinking about it, not talking about it. So no psychologist talks about what you are eating, because it is the thinness of the blood that makes everything happens, and it is the homeostasis of the sugar, and homeostasis is not other components of the body. Highest amount is glucose. So if you do not have control over glucose in your system, you are mentally wrong, not bad, wrong, according to my technical system, that we are doing something wrong basically. But then you see anywhere in the world, including Bhutan, we are pumping sugar into the system. So I will stop here, because I can go on rambling. I have already taken 7 minutes. We'll get back to the whole system, holistic understanding of things, and how we can really deal with the total world's health. How can we change? We'll talk about it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your informative words and for giving a brief yet important insight on the gut health. Now, I invite Dr. B.A. Kumara Hegde, Principal, STM College, Ujire, to deliver the presidential address.
Seeking the blessings of Lord Sri Manjunatha Swami and Revered Dr. D. Virendra Hegde ji, I deem it as a great pleasure to be the part of one-day national level multidisciplinary conference on millets and mental health. The inaugurator of this national conference, Dr. Priti V. Shanbag, consultant psychiatrist from Shimoga, and of course, the chief resource person, Dr. Khadar, food and nutrition specialist, all the way from Mysore, and my esteemed colleagues and all the dear participants. Good morning to each and every one of you. I am not going to say anything related to this topic because two experts have already shared their opinions, and one is a famous biochemist, and his expertise on millets and how the metabolism takes place is unquestionable. And with us, we are also having a psychiatrist, Dr. Priti Shanbag, who knows everything about the mental health, and she is the right person to say more about mental health and how to maintain it like that. But some of the very few basic understandings what I have perceived so far is, see, like any other organisms, human body, it is also made up of several different organs. And every organ, for that matter, is made up of different types of tissues. And every tissue is collection of different types of cells, and they are determined to do a particular function. And if we look at the cell is made up of plasma membrane, protoplasm, various organelles like a nucleus, endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi body, mitochondria, like that. And if we further analyze, every organelle, for that matter, is made up of so-called biological molecules. And these biological molecules are like carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, vitamins, enzymes, coenzymes, cofactors, macroelements, microelements, so many things are there. That means basically even human body is nothing but a chemical system by itself. It is made up of numerous different types of chemicals. And ultimately, the orchestra of these chemicals will decide what we are, how we think, how we behave, how we perceive, and how we reciprocate, and how we respond to various things, and more than anything, how we interpret. Okay? And like many other organs in the body, we believe that brain is the actual center where the mind exists. I don't know whether the mind exists in brain, and Priti Shanbag, madam, should answer this question because it has been explained as intangible. Okay? And happiness, unhappiness is simply state of mind. If it is state of mind, where is mind? Mind, your mind. Okay, where is that mind? Whether it is there in the brain, whether it's there in the heart, whether it's there in the, where exactly in the body the so-called brain, rather the mind exists. This question, of course, it remains unanswered, and the psychologists as well as the experts should unravel this mystery. Anyway, now like any other organ, brain is also a very important organ. It's a vital organ of the body, like the liver, kidney, pancreas, heart, like that. And we know that all these organs are triggered and they are managed by the chemicals. Any up and down in the proportion of the chemicals like sugar, like any other, say, biochemical, that will some impact, that has an impact on the functioning of these vital organs. Obviously, and we know that whatever we eat, whatever we eat, we may eat chicken, mutton, vegetables, this, whatever we eat, ultimately it gets digested and that will be converted into sugar. Okay, and the sugar will be stored in the form of glycogen in the liver. And we know that for the conversion of sugar into glycogen, that is glucose into glycogen, a hormone is required, that is insulin, and that is secreted in the pancreas. Hyposecretion of the insulin results in a disorder which is branded as diabetes, and it is mainly due to the insufficient secretion of the insulin. Okay, now as a result of hyperglycemia or the sugar variation, an increased level of sugar concentration in the body, sir now explained what happens. Obviously, the person suffering from diabetes or a person suffering from, say, severe obesity or cardiovascular diseases or hypertension or any other disorders associated with the vital organs have a say with respect to the functioning of the brain. And we believe that even the central nervous system, neurons are also very much affected. And how this can be repaired? This can be repaired by means of ensuring so-called balanced diet, because the interpretations change. Now, Dr. Khadar sir told me about the pseudo-hypothesis of the Western philosophy and so many other things. That's why I'm not going to debate much upon that. But anyway, we know that any ups and downs in the chemical system of the body will have a say with respect to the functioning of the brain, and thereby the mental health gets upset. So from that point of view, since time immemorial, our ancestors are using their own remedies, and very recently experts like Dr. Khadar and others have proved that the millets have some answer. They have a solution, because it has been proved that for the smooth functioning, rather the happy functioning of the brain and the nervous system of the body, it has some basic requirements like vitamin B, B12, it may be, related to the fiber-enriched food components, and may be related to the flavonoids, and so many other things. And as a result of the higher concentration of all these chemicals, the neurons and the nerve cells can function better. If it can function better, then we have to look at the resources which can provide all these stuffs. And it has been proved today that millets, a group of plants which come under the Poaceae, Graminae family, grass family, they have the answer for all these things. And they are very rich in protein, very rich in so-called vitamins. They are rich in calcium, zinc, which are all essential for the smooth as well as the healthy functioning of the body. So from that point of view, definitely the Department of Psychology has taken a topic to debate on, discuss on, deliberate on the role and importance of millets in maintaining the mental health. Definitely more, research will be conducted in this field to find out what exactly the role of millets in maintaining the human health will be debated in this particular national conference. Once again, I profusely congratulate the Department of Psychology, Dr. Vandana, Dr. Sudhir, then Padma Shri, and all the faculty members from the PG department. And with us, we are also having Sindhu. She is the coordinator for this national conference. I congratulate and compliment you for organizing this type of, in a way, I don't say, because right now it has been, considered as not correct, but in a way, interdisciplinary topic for deliberating on millets and mental health. I wish the deliberations every success, and I profusely thank Dr. Khadar as well as Dr. Priti Shanbag for gracing the occasion, and you are going to enlighten the participants on this particular topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those encouraging words and for throwing light on the basic components of the human body as well as correlating it with the nutritional benefits of millets. As we approach to the conclusion of our ceremony, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this conference possible. Now, I would like to call Ms. Sindhu V, the organizing secretary of the conference, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay, seeking the Lord blessings. Good morning, one not present here. As of one said, gratitude is the sign of noble souls. On behalf of the department, it is my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion of the conference, Millets and Mental Health. So first and foremost, I would like to thank our Principal Dr. B.A. Kumara Hegde for unwavering support which have been the pivotal to the success of this event. Thank you, sir. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our inaugurator, Dr. Priti V. Shanbo, consultant psychiatrist, CEO of Manasa Group of Institution, for enlightening views on mental health. Thank you, ma'am. A sincere thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Khadar, renowned food and nutrition specialist, which was thought-provoking how nutrition, particularly millets, can influence mental health. Thank you, sir. Our gratitude extends to the esteemed deans of our institution, Professor Vishwanatha P., Dean of PG Studies, Professor Sridhara N. Bhatt, Dean of Humanities, and Dr. Savita Kumari, Dean of Science, for gracing today's conference. Thank you, ma'am. So now I would like to offer a special acknowledgement to Dr. Vandana Jain, our head of the department and convener of this conference. Our meticulous planning and dedication have been the cornerstone of this conference. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank the organizing committee, including Dr. Sudhir KV, Dr. Mahesh Bapen, Ms. Ashwini Shetty, Ms. Ashwini H, and Ms. Padmashri. Your contribution ensured the smooth functioning of this conference. Thank you all. I would like to thank all the student coordinators. We deeply appreciate your contributions. A sincere thanks to the media for covering this event and helping spread the message of the importance of nutrition and mental health. Thank you for coming today, sir. I thank U+ TV for telecasting this event. Your support in broadcasting the conference has helped us reach a much wider audience, spreading the awareness about the connection between nutrition and mental health. Now, I would like to take a moment to thank our technical team for their impassable support. I thank all the faculty members, registrars, online and offline attenders for your active participation. Your enthusiasm and engagement made this conference truly impactful. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request all the dignitaries as well as the faculties to join us for a photo session. followed by the external participants to join us for the photo session along with the dignitaries on the dais, please.
I request all the external participants who have come to witness the conference. We would also like to inform you that there is a shop on wheels displayed outside the hall presenting various products offered by Siri. There is also an ongoing exhibition in the newly renovated UG Psychology Laboratory. We request the gathering to take time and visit the same. We will now break for tea, which will be followed by the technical session. I request the audience to proceed towards the old canteen, which is in front of the auditorium entrance, for tea break, and be back for the technical session, which will be carried forward by Ms. Shreya A. With this, we conclude our inaugural ceremony. Thank you once again for your presence and presentation. Have a great day ahead.
ಮನೋಲಹರಿ ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಮನೋಲಹರಿ ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಮನೋಲಹರಿ
I request all the participants, delegates to please assemble back to the venue. We'll begin our technical session in some time. I request all the delegates to please assemble back to the venue for the technical session.
Even when we got back, we were told that, this is how his life is going to be, where he has
Vandana Jain to escort Dr. Priti Shanbog and Professor Khadar to the dais. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shreya A. of 3rd BSc, carrying forward with the technical session. To begin with, allow me to introduce the key speaker of this session, Dr. Priti V. Shanbog. Dr. Priti, co-founder of Katil Ashok Pai Institute of Allied Health Science and the director of academic program at the Manasa Educational Foundation of Mental Health, is currently practicing psychiatry at Manasa, Shivamogga. She has an interest in child psychiatry as well as learning about various academic learning disabilities. As mentioned previously, she has been working as a consultant for about 17 years now. We cannot wait to hear her insights, ma'am. I request the audience to join me in welcoming her. I now hand over the floor to Dr. Priti for her talk on millets and mental health. Please, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and the audience in front of me, a very good morning again to all of you. I would like to start with a disclaimer that I have been given the topic of millets and mental health, but because the expert on millets is here, so I would try to talk about mental health and see how best we can integrate that with our eating habits and some kind of clean, healthy lifestyle. I would first again take the opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I have been a practicing mental health professional for about 17 years of my life. At the beginning of my profession, fresh from finishing my 5 years of MBBS and 3 years of post-graduation studies, as Sir was mentioning, that we have been influenced by the system that we study in. And so coming out of my PG studies, my concept was that I felt very empowered with the kind of medication spectrum that we had. And I felt that about 80-90 years ago, any disease that any human being had very few medications to cure them. And in an age where I passed out, the number of medications was increasing. The number of diseases that were getting apparently cured with these medicines was very high. And that gave us, all of us who passed out at that time, a sense of empowerment, feeling that we could help anybody and anything through these medicines and cure them probably. And that was where I feel our logic flawed. With experience and time, we have realized that it is not only the medications that cure or control or manage whatever illnesses that we see in our day-to-day practice, but as doctors, our responsibility towards the society as well as our patients is extremely higher than that. We should also work on the preventive side. And this thought somewhere, when I read an anecdote, very long back in ancient China, I do not know whether this is either a legend or history. Apparently, every village used to have a doctor appointed by the government. Now this doctor, usually when we think of doctors, we feel that whenever somebody is sick, they go to a doctor, they get prescribed some medication, and when the medication is taken, they become cured and go back to living their normal life and forget about the ailment. But now these doctors in those ancient times had a different responsibility given to them. It is said apparently that this doctor could draw his salary only and only when people in that village stopped falling sick. So it was not, in common parlance, we feel that whenever a doctor sees more patients, then his salary would be more. But in those times, the idea was that the doctor was given the responsibility to take care of the health of the people rather than manage the sickness. So the more the number of people that fell sick, the lesser his salary would be. So at that point of time itself, in our ancient past, people were more holistic. people understood that probably diseases could be prevented rather than cured. And over time, over so many years, and as Sir was rightly mentioning, adopting the Western manner of thought, probably we have forgotten that prevention is better than cure. And as in today's times, the way we practice, the way we think is probably that whenever there is a disease, the disease needs to be cured. It has to be given some medication and people would become all right. And I would think that is one of the major flaws in the thinking systems that we have today in either medicine or psychology or whatever it is. So this thought made a mind shift in the way I thought. And I realized that maybe we had to do a lot more in the way of prevention, in the way of making sure that people lived healthy lives and that the incidence of illness only was very much lesser. Now we also see that as doctors, we have become extremely compartmentalized with many specializations coming in. Again, as Sir was mentioning, there's nothing called physical health, mental health, but unfortunately we've been brought up in a system where we have been compartmentalized to specific things and not think of everything together. Earlier on, there used to be a concept of family doctors, where one doctor would know everything about the family, what happened when, and which person is allergic to which, and that person would manage the whole family's ailments, whatever they were. But now we have come to a place where every specific organ has a specialist of its own, and this has worked in creating huge compartmentalizations in the industry of medicine itself. And we see that we do not think of the patient as a whole, we think of the patient as a specific organ. For example, if somebody comes for, say, gallbladder surgery, the surgeon would think of only the gallbladder. The anesthetist will think of managing the pain and managing the vitals. Post-surgery, the nurse will be thinking of how to keep the infection site, the surgery site infection-free. But none of them will think of the patient as a whole. What led to the problem? Why did he have gallbladder disease in the first place? Whether this person was anxious before the surgery, what was his mental state? Was he thinking, oh my God, after this surgery I'm going to die, I'm going to be maimed? Has anyone bothered to think of that? What is going to happen to him post the surgery, during his convalescence? He might have been the breadwinner of the family, and now with long duration of wanting to just having to lie down and not do anything, maybe his financial distress might increase. Maybe there are a lot of social pressures. Maybe there are familial conflicts. But none of us think of any of this. We only concentrate on what has been done, what is supposed to be done, and we think that we have done a good job, which is, I feel, wrong. And this compartmentalization has led to a lot of miscommunication or lack of communication between different aspects of medicine, and that is why we have started treating the patient only for the disease rather than for the human being itself. And I think now is the time to slowly change it. We have also seen that, especially this became very, very obvious during the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw that a lot of people whom we thought were really ill and would succumb to the illness actually survived, and they did better than else. We have seen in our hospital only patients who were suffering from schizophrenia, where there is absolutely no insight. The patient was not knowing what is happening with him, and we felt that he might be more at risk. He might contract the infection because he had no sense of, that separation which needed to exist. They wouldn't be wearing masks, they wouldn't be doing anything. But at the same time, the relatives of such patients who were with them, who we think have a lot of insight, can take care of themselves, those people we saw had a higher rate of COVID, suffered more, and sometimes they even succumbed, while these patients didn't. Now, why was that happening? And there were a lot of research studies done post-COVID, and they realized that when the disease came, or when the person was afflicted by the disease, it was not the disease only, but the fear of ICU admission, fear of death of self as well as others in the family who were contracting COVID, the fear of what would happen to them later on, the loneliness when they were there in the ICU, all of these affected the recovery rate. What I mean to say is, COVID itself was an illness, and within some time we managed to find some kind of medication which could manage it probably, and we still do not know whether that managed it or managed to disappear by itself, which is a big question mark still. But nevertheless, we realized that it's not the COVID only which killed or maimed, but also the way the person thought, the way the person acted, the way the person believed that he could get better or not, also affected also influenced the recovery rates to quite an extent. Now this also we see in a lot of our daily life. Maybe just recently I remember that we had a very important program coming up, and I was working day in, day out, and there was an epidemic of viral pneumonia around. And though I was working with people who had developed viral pneumonia, my co-workers maybe, my patients maybe, during that particular point of time, those 10 days, 15 days, when I had a lot of work to do, when I was working towards something and my mind was extremely focused on that and nothing else, I stayed free of this. On the day that I finished the project, the next day I came down with pneumonia. Whether it is coincidence or the fact that my mind relaxed and then realized that there were other things going on, or probably my mind was exhausted, my body was exhausted, and that reduced my immunity and caused pneumonia, I really don't know. But I think most of us have these instances, most of us have experienced such instances in life, where when we think that we might get something, we are completely okay. And when we are quite relaxed and we feel that everything is going fine, we end up with something else. Now this makes us really think whether what we are thinking, doing and understanding about the basis of any kind of ailment is correct or wrong. And it also makes us realize that we are what we consume. It may be our thoughts, it may be our emotions, it may be our behavior, it may be what we eat, what we drink, what we breathe. All of this, thank you ma'am, all of this make us who we are. And this who we are is very important for us to be healthy and be free of disease. Now this is what I think all of us have to take home as a message, that it's not only when the illness arises that we need to treat it, but there are a lot of preventive measures, as I'm very sure sir will elaborate on in great detail, that we can do so that we can prevent any illness from being there. Now external pathogens causing diseases were the last century. Bacteria and viruses were going on being discovered, and those pathogens could cause some disease, and these diseases were cured by medications which were given by doctors. But slowly and steadily, the center stage is being taken by what we call as lifestyle diseases. Things like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, any kind of psychiatric distress, cancers. All of these are called lifestyle diseases for a reason. The reason being, there is no one single etiological cause or causative agent causing these illnesses. There is no one specific bacteria or virus which comes from outside and gives me some cardiovascular disease or maybe obesity or any kind of hypertension, diabetes. It is, as I mentioned earlier, what we eat, what we drink, what we consume, what we think, what our emotions are. All of these are the ones which are causing ailments now. And these ailments are slowly taking the center stage. And we as doctors, as sir rightly said, know only how to manage, because that has been the spectrum of our learning. And how to think holistically for this person, how to make sure that his lifestyle changes is very difficult, because though we do mention to patients that they have to do this and they have to do that, and a very small thing like probably going for a walk every day, eating clean, eating healthy, even though we tell them, it is very difficult for them to accept. I would think there are two aspects to it. One, the doctor being aware of what they are telling and making sure that they would include this education within their consultation. But at the same time, we also see that there is a big group of people who still think that there is one medication for one illness, and if they take it and become better, there is nothing in their life they need to change. That mindset is also problematic, which we have to work really hard as psychologists, as doctors, as mental health professionals to change, to make them realize that if we have to gain something, we have to put in some effort. It is not that just popping a pill into the mouth might make me better, but it is a change in the way I think, the way I eat, the way I breathe, the way I think about life. Only then will a healthy mind and a healthy body occur. So this change has been very obvious in the past at least 4 or 5 years post-COVID, and a lot of research has gone on based on that, both in the Western as well as in the Eastern continents. In my OPD itself, in the past maybe 10 or 12 years that I have seen, that earlier, as I mentioned before, I used to see only major mental ailments. There used to be schizophrenia, bipolar, where medication would be the choice for the first line of treatment, and then over time maybe we could talk to them and see what changes could be made. But over time I'm seeing that these kinds of illnesses which do not fall or which do fall between mental health and mental illness, that is, they are not completely schizophrenic, bipolar, whatever, and they are not completely healthy also, neither here nor there. They are frustrated, they are having insomnia, sleep disturbances, they're having gut disturbances. A lot of them have irritable bowel syndrome. A lot of them have difficulty in sleeping, difficulty in eating. Some of them eat too much, not specifically eating disorders which we can diagnose as maybe anorexia or bulimia, but people who eat too much, people who eat at odd times, people who eat wrong. All of these people, interpersonal relationship issues, problems within marriage, most of these people who are neither ill nor well are increasing in numbers. We cannot diagnose them, this is the illness, give them some treatment, that is not going to be possible. But at the same time, they are not very comfortable in their own skin, comfortable in their own life, and they feel some sort of distress. And most of these people who come also have an additional lifestyle illness like hypertension, like diabetes. Some of them are obese, some of them are really thin. So basically, they are not maintaining their parameters also according to the normal, which we call in medical parlance. At the same time, we see that a lot of them, especially people beyond 35, have at least, they would have visited, as we still know, psychiatry is kind of a dustbin diagnosis. They go to multiple doctors, they go to physicians, they go to ophthalmologists, they go to neurologists. When nothing works, then somebody refers them to a psychiatrist. Nothing is wrong anywhere. So you please go to consult a doctor who can take care of your mental health. So that's the way they land up to us. And so most of them have earlier prescriptions with them. Something which the neurologist would have given, something which the ophthalmologist would have given. So they come to us with these prescriptions, and I noticed that in the past so many years, most of the patients who come have one proton pump inhibitor, like as we say ranitidine or pantoprazole or maybe omeprazole, something which reduces gastritis will be there. I think all of you, have at least seen somebody in your house, somebody a little older who would have gone to the doctor. With all the prescription medication, there will be one of these medications always put because they constantly have some problem with the gut. Either there's gastritis, either they have loose stools, or they are not doing well, they have some discomfort in the abdomen, they have constipation. So any of this, and for that medication would have been put, and this would have gone on chronically for years. When we ask them to probably get off those medications, they tell us that if this is not there, I can't eat. I can't survive. So I need this medication. Give me anything, but I have to take this. Whether you give me something or not, this is a necessity for my life. So this is how, at least in my OPD, as a psychiatric consultant, I see at least about 30-40% of the people above the age of 35 consuming any one of these drugs. And I'm thinking that probably in the physician's OPD, internal medicine surgery, these instances might be much more than what they appear in my OPD. So this spiked my interest. Why is this that anybody with mental distress, anybody with mental illness maybe, has also some problem with the gut, has also some problems in their digestion or in their consumption of food. And slowly, once I went back and started reading up about it, I realized, as sir was saying, that there is something called a gut-brain axis, which is extremely powerful. And this gut-brain axis is the one which probably controls most of our homeostasis. This might be an evolutionary possibility because long ago, until the gut and the brain were closely connected, probably we wouldn't know what was poisonous to eat, what was not poisonous to eat. So in my area, my way of thinking, I'm thinking that maybe that is the reason why this two-way system became an extremely strong system in maintaining our immunity, homeostasis, and all the rest of the things that come with it. Now this gut-brain axis is also called the second brain, the gut. Why so? Because the maximum number of nerve cells apart from the brain exist in the gut, from the esophagus till the rectum. And these nerve cells produce neurotransmitters, and these have a direct connect to the brain. And both of them have a communication line open, which makes sure that whatever we consume, whatever we eat, and whatever we think are in collaboration or coordination with each other. And this we call as the enteric nervous system, ENS as we call it. And how does this work? A lot of work has been done on it, and slowly we have realized that there is a branch of science which we now call as psycho, neuro, immuno, endocrinology, PNEI as we call it, which is now the hotcake of neuroscience because a lot of research has been going on it, and people have suddenly woken up to the fact that what we eat is what we are. And therefore a lot of studies have been going on it, and we have realized that these four things, that is one, the mind, two, our endocrine systems, that is the hormones which we produce, the gut, and our immunity, all work in close relation to each other to make sure that we stay healthy and intact. And this PNEI has, has changed the way we think about illness, about disease. And slowly, as what Sir was saying, we have come to think of the preventive aspect of things, how we need to change what we do so that we can stay off medication, rather than making sure that we take medication and we believe that we are fine, but maybe we'll end up with a relapse, or we need to go back to the doctor again with a similar problem but with a different medication to take. Now, if this system works intact, that is the PNEI, none of our lifestyle diseases will exist, and we see that it is a by-way street. When there is stress, there is anxiety, there is depression. When we feel some sort of distress, we usually have something going on. Most of us associate commonly our abdominal ailments with our mental stress. Say, for example, if we are anxious, we say, I have butterflies in my stomach. If I see something very disgusting, I say, hotte tholista ide nange nodakagta illa. We say that whenever we instinctively feel something, we say, I have a gut instinct about this. So commonly we have understood it, probably, personally, but we have never thought of it as a scientific concept which we have to understand. So whenever we are stressed, anxious, depressed, it usually affects our gut, leads to maybe leaky gut, maybe any kind of GIT inflammation, maybe leads to constipation, loose motion, any of these. And on the other hand, anything which we put in the gut, which is not palatable to us, which is not the right thing for us, inversely affects how we feel. So again, the thought and the gut connection are more strong than what we used to assume, than what we have understood earlier. And it's only recently that we probably know that long back itself, the World Health Organization has mentioned that stress has been the epidemic of the 21st century. As I was mentioning earlier, most of us want to live our lives in the fast lane. We want to do things which are impossible. We want to achieve things. We want to eat fast. We want to live fast. We want to do so many things fast. But in that process, the level of the stress that our brains are able to manage is becoming slowly higher. And when we define stress in psychological terms as when our resources to cope with something are lesser than the demands on our time, our life, and our mind are. So when that happens, there is a dissonance. When this dissonance happens, it directly affects our brain-gut axis. When this happens, probably one or the other thing starts going wrong. So now we have to be practical. As Sir was mentioning, there is a radical kind of thinking where we all can get together, change our lifestyles, make things better for ourselves, and stay off medication, and basically put doctors out of business. That is a possibility. But I think that would need a lot of cooperation, understanding, spreading the knowledge about this. At this point of time, we are still within the system and we have to abide by the laws or the rules of the system, and getting out of the box may be slightly not possible for all of us. We all have our jobs, we all have our families, we all have our responsibilities, and not everybody listens to us. As I earlier told you, as a doctor myself, when I suggest lifestyle changes to my patients, with the limited amount of knowledge that I have, they still refuse to do it. They nod their heads. They say, yes, yes, we know we have to do this, we know we have to do that, we know we have to change this. But actually changing might be slightly difficult for a lot of us. And when this change doesn't happen, they end up falling sick repeatedly. And as we all know, going and sitting in the Himalayas and meditating might not be an option for all of us, because we need to work, we need to earn, we need to do our things. So we have to find a way in between, where it is neither that we are completely commercialized, completely doing things which are not good for our health, but at the same time doing things which are at least partially right, at least partially on the way to doing so. So at least hopefully for the next generation, we can put something better, give them something more healthier, and make them, more, not able to be going to the doctors. Now this is where I think millets come in. Though I am not an expert about what I have read, millets are known, they help cultivate very healthy gut microbiota. Gut microbiota, as Sir was saying, there are good bacteria and bad bacteria in our gut, very simply to put. And the more the good bacteria are, the more the gut health is better. And the more the gut health is better, more our mental health and our physical health get better. So I have read up and found out that, because this topic was also new to me, when they asked me to speak about millets and mental health, this was way out of the box for me, and I had to do a lot of reading up regarding how actually millets can affect what I'm doing in life. And I took it up because I wanted to know, and I wanted to probably adopt it in my practice. And about what I know, if I may say, that millets are good for cultivating good gut microbiota. They improve the fiber content. They are less water intense crops, and They need very less water to grow. They grow in dry and arid regions. They have a very short time to grow. They take very short times to grow. And they give us whatever is necessary for our good gut health and mental health. It may be proteins, good amino acids. They produce anti-inflammatory agents. So all of these, and they help in producing serotonin, which is a good neurotransmitter according to what our science tells us, which helps improve the mental health in many, many ways. So cultivating the habit of including millets in our diet looks like a win-win situation, where we understand that we might not be able to make very many lifestyle changes as required, but at the same time, it is a start. It is a place to start. It is a place to make sure that our lives and the lives of people around us are getting better day by day. And hopefully over time, maybe over the years, we will be able to inculcate it in our day-to-day system so that we can get rid of unhealthy lifestyles and become healthier ourselves. This concept of holistic living was spoken of very anciently also. In Ayurveda, they have defined health as samadosha, samagnischa, samadhatu malakriha, prasanna atmendriya manaha, swastya iti vidyate, which would include one, our humors, according to Ayurveda. We include our gut health, we include our mind, and we include our body. And when all of these are working in balance with each other, only then do we call it health. Over time, we have forgotten many aspects of it, and as Sir was saying, we have only cultivated the fact that we have been very, very blinded by the fact that maybe some medications that we have produced might cure some ailments. But I would urge all of you as professionals, I think of psychology, nutrition, of homeopathy, naturopathy, whatever that you are practicing, to start thinking a little differently. And I would, as a doctor, probably urge you to eat local, think global, and to cultivate a clean plate, a clean gut, and clean habits so that we get a clean sheet of health for the future and for our next generations. Thank you so much, and thank you for a patient hearing.
I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Priti for her time and immense effort towards imparting her knowledge and sharing her experience with millets and their effects on mental health. Thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, allow me to introduce the lead speaker of this session, Dr. Khadar Wali. Dr. Khadar Wali is popularly known as the Millet Man of India. He has worked relentlessly for the past 25 years and has been successful in bringing back millet food to the consciousness of human race. Dr. Khadar is a recipient of several awards, amongst which Ahimsa Prashasti by Jain Samaj Mysuru in 2015, Kristi Ratna by Raitu Nesham Foundation 2021, and Nava Nakshatra by TV9 2021 are few. Also, honorary doctorate has been conferred on him by SDT University Gurgaon in January 2023. More than 2 decades since he launched his mission, India's millet man, Dr. Khadar Wali, was recognized by the Government of India with the civilian honor Padma Shri during the 74th Republic Day celebration on Thursday, January 26th. We are honored to invite you to deliver a talk on millets and mental health at this event. Your expertise in this field and your groundbreaking work on millets make you the ideal speaker for our audience. I now hand over the floor to you, sir. Please, sir.
I thank organizers for inviting me here, and actually I am referred to as nutrition specialist, this and that. I am none of that. Actually I've been completely different. I was a scientist. I am a scientist, I guess. I've been working on various systems. I did my PhD on steroids. I worked on environmental toxic materials, bombs, chlorodioxins, plant physiology, agriculture, pesticides, genetic manipulations, a host of different technologies, and some dabbling in discovery, drug discovery, FDA, all the humbug things I have done. And then I realized that systems are out of whack. absolutely no use doing anything other than damaging people's health and life forms on this planet. That is the realization I had way back in 1990 So I just resigned my jobs. I had many jobs. I said, this is not right. What we are doing is not right. And we all talked, all the doctors go to symposiums and everywhere, and we don't talk about sun. Without sun, there is no health on this planet. In fact, without sun, there is no life on this planet. And it is this uncontrolled burning that happens in that way, way far away sun we are all living. The whole planet is living. So, first thing that we all have to do, especially human systems, get up in the morning before the sun rises in the horizon. The one who rises before the sun. Do you know what is sunrise? What is sunrise? Pushna, Hiranyagarbhaya, Bhanu, Ravi, Aditya, Saumitri. What are these? Arka, Bhaskara, Prabhodaya, Ushodaya, Arunodaya, Suryodaya. These are the 4 stages of sunrise in the horizon. A Digantadalli Surya Bhagavana Barta idane andre, there are absolutely wonderful changes on this planet Earth. The magnetic pulses change first. That is Prabhodaya. That's when all the animals, birds who still have their magnetic resonance still kicking in their bodies get. So that's why a cock gets up in the morning. Oh, that's the sign of sun is coming. Even before the sunlight appears, these kinds of birds, and there are many animals. If you go to the forest, you would know. The kalipili, chilipili, all that. And if you have plants around your house, you will wake up to the kalarava of the birds. And that is Prabhodaya. Then comes Ushodaya, Ushas, where you have little light coming along with the magnetic pulses. Then comes Arunodaya. Arunodaya is where the sun is little orangish, reddish, and then this continues for 6 to 7 minutes. Then comes Bhaskara, Arka, that orangish, reddish is called Arka. Have you heard the word Arka? Okay, you please hear. Then comes Bhaskara. Na Bhaskara, na Arogya. There is nothing in any living thing on this planet. Without sun, there is nothing. These are not actually the names of sun. These are the frequencies of the sun that come along. And we have the endocrine systems, thymus, pituitary, thyroid, adrenals, circadian clock. All these systems do not depend on what you eat. Food has nothing to do with this. It is these frequencies that enter through your rods and cones and the skin that entrenches the journey of hormonal balance in your whole you see, it doesn't matter whether it is brain or whether it is the adrenal that are on the kidney, everything gets switched on with this 12 frequencies. Apart from the magnetic resonance, Madam used the word called dissonance. The opposite of it is resonance. Resonance creates positive, dissonance creates the negative. Okay? So, for complete health, you need Surya Namaskara. And I have been successful in our clinic. We have healed thousands and thousands of these mentally ill patients. Unless, of course, we have healed cancer patients, we have cured type 1 diabetes, we have cured, you name it, we have cured. IBS, Crohn's, so-called syndromes. I will show you all the details. In fact, I will just give you one simple example of one girl of 28 years age. This is way back in 2002. I just came from America in 1997 and I was actually growing millets, and then my contention was that food is gone wrong. What you are eating, rice, wheat, sugar, is corporate food, industrial food, and laced with fertilizers and pesticides. And that is the only reason we are all sick. So much sick that now 8% of the kids born are mentally retarded, 8% of the kids born are type 1 diabetes, 8% of the kids born have hole in the heart, 8% of the kids are physically handicapped, 8% of the kids do not know who they are. What I mean is, they do not know whether girl or boy themselves. And how many times I have told you 8%? Already told 6 times. That means 48% of kids are not functionally right. And this is the situation all over Europe. All over Europe, all so-called modernly advanced countries have this situation, and India is catching up in the last 25 years. If not 8%, we are somewhere 4% of all the categories. So, now you see, no doctor talks about Surya Namaskara because it is the hormones, be it pancreas, be it pituitary, be it thymus, be it thyroid, be it adrenals, all are to be starting with the switch, and these balances are so sukshma antare kannadadalli. Of course, it's a Sanskrit word. It is such a sushmavagidda vishya. It is such finely balanced systems. What I am trying to communicate is, glucose is gone little haywire this side, that side. It's okay. We can manage by just running for 10 minutes. I can reduce my glucose. By not eating for 3 days, I can reduce my glucose. By jumping up and down, even if I don't have space, like this jumping, 10 minutes, I reduce my glucose. But you cannot do that with your pancreas or with your pituitary or your TSH. It will not happen. The switch is in those 12 radiations, 12 frequencies of the sun. And if you do not expose yourself to these frequencies at least once in a week, you are bound to be mentally ill. Because vitamin D, one example I am giving you, vitamin D, which is made in the, after sebaceous glands, there is a particular layer where cholesterol is converted to vitamin D, which is a very complex with lot of racemic centers in it. The same problem with vitamin B12. It has optical racemic centers. It's very difficult to synthesize. That's why even human body cannot do that. It's only the microbes that can do. And just like holding carbon dioxide, fixing the hydrogen, photosynthesis, the water body is broken into oxygen and hydrogen. The nascent hydrogen is fixed on the carbon dioxide to make glucose. And this is called photosynthesis. Photosynthesis of 2 types on this planet. C4 photosynthesis, C3 photosynthesis. C3 grasses, rice and wheat. That means if we give water to the pyruvic acid is the C3 acid, from which you make oxaloacetic acid, ascorbic acid, citric acid. 3, 4, 5, 6. In between 3 to 4, if I give water, pyruvic acid becomes more of oxaloacetic acid. then the grain is made. So when you have rice and wheat, if I have more water and give fertilizer, you make more yield. And that's what these so-called green revolution fellows did, experts. They said, see, we can produce 30 quintals in 1 acre by giving water and fertilizer. Where is this fertilizer coming from? Coming from the bombs. The bombs that were World War II remaining, they had to get rid of it. So they converted into, that is your ammonium nitrate, basic thing to start with. Of course, now we have evolved fertilizers, various kinds, but even today, the base is that only. So every year you make bombs. These Western fellows, they are the ones who made bombs, lot of bombs. They were selling bombs. And then after selling, now India and Pakistan has to fight. Imagine, just this is what we have been doing all along. For the last 70 years, we have been fighting. Somewhere or the other, you have to use bombs. But you don't use bomb for 1 year. You have the bomb material left. What do? Bring us. Again, these guys take the, and then make fertilizer. And again sell you. So you have paid for the bomb, and they take back the bomb, and again make fertilizer and give you. To give you the fertilizer, why do I need fertilizer? You need to grow rice and wheat. Why do I need to grow rice and wheat? Because that is your food. You see, the green revolution experts did something so unscientific. Because when you grow this rice and wheat, it grows on water and fertilizer, increases the yield. But then what did we say? Oh yes, very nice. It is premium food. But then till then, human race for thousands and thousands, not thousands, lakhs of years, ate grains that grew in their land, all over the planet, all over the continents, be it Registan, be it fertilized delta regions. Everywhere, anywhere and everywhere. In the Himalayas to the Gujarat or Rajasthan, Registan. These are the grains called C4 grasses, which do not require water. They can absorb the water from the humidity present in the atmosphere. Even if you have 30% humidity in the air, they absorb. Who absorbs? The C4 grasses. Grasses do not absorb. They have a symbiotic living with hygroscopic bacteria under their surfaces. So it is this hygroscopic bacteria which absorb the waters, makes everything happen. In fact, if you have these C4 grasses, and garike is one of the C4 grasses. And if you actually watch, even in summer, if you have an electric pole or a ಉದ್ದ ಕಂಬ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದರ ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಹುಲ್ಲು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಿಸಿಲು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ದಟ್ ಇಬ್ನಿ, ದ ಹ್ಯುಮಿಡಿಟಿ ಈಸ್ ಅಬ್ಸಾರ್ಬ್ಡ್, ಯು ಸಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಗ್ರೋಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ these kinds of grasses are called C4 grasses, which have the capacity to absorb. And why does that bacteria exist on that only? Because there is a fiber in the grasses which is very different that can host them. So it is called hydrophilic. That means water loving bacteria. And it is the definition of doing good for you. If your gut is dehydrated, and that's what pathogenic bacteria do for you. How does pathogenic bacteria come into existence? When you have glucose large amounts. So, are you able to grasp the point and the difference? That when you have rice, there is no fiber inbuilt in the carbohydrate. You have 79 grams of fiber. You can download a book. All the information I am speaking is in the booklet. Okay? So now where are we? We are seeing the differences between millet formation, the grain formation, and what are the differences? Because you are putting lot of water, there is no room for it to absorb because you are giving the water. So the pyruvic acid becoming oxaloacetic acid shoots up. So it shoots up to 3 to 5 times more. That's why when you have just normal rice growing in normal conditions, you used to grow 8 to 10 quintals. When the irrigation came, it's called irrigation farming. So you have a well, you take water and pour, and that was the beginning. And then the dams came. Then you started providing water to sell your fertilizers. So now you see the company started changing the grain, genetically modified PL480, the wheat came into picture. These are C3 grasses which increase their yields. And many experts also, even today, ask me this question. So when you can grow food everywhere and anywhere, why did we choose rice and wheat? You people don't know the politics of food. It is the corporates wanted to take away the rights of the seeds of the farmers of this planet. Now food is in the hands of corporates. And then why have we lost our millets? Even today all the experts, we do not know the reason we have started losing millets. Millets have disappeared slowly and steadily. No. It is planned in the boardrooms of corporates to make sure that whole planet eats rice and wheat, and rice and wheat only. For that reason, these experts declared, hey, what are you eating? These grains, they are coarse grains. Coarse means there is fiber associated with the grains. It is pig food. It is animal food. It is bird feed. You people are primitive. You are eating primitive food. Here we are giving you premium food. We didn't have a question to ask. We have been eating same, navane, korle, arka, udulu, ragi, jola, sajje, baragu. Thousands and thousands and lakhs of years ago, not only in India, all over the planet. Recently in 1999 to 2013, the archaeological excavations of Khadar in African country, the dental residues were found of millets, not rice and wheat. Anywhere you go, we can grow this 8 quintal to 15 to 20 quintals. So each and every country, these experts were sponsored. I am using the word sponsored. And ಕೆಲಸ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರಿಮಿಟಿವ್ ಫೆಲೋಸು, ಹಂದಿ ಊಟ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, जानवरों का खाना है, सूअर का खाना है, पक्षियों का खाना है, आप सब लोग backward fellows, we are here offering you premium food. So it is this particular description by the so-called scientists changed the world step by step, so much so that Japan 50 years ago used millions of tons of fertilizer. That Japan is how much? This much. They were using 100 times more fertilizer than India put together. Even today, now India per acre is using 180 kilos of fertilizer. 300 kilos of fertilizer in Punjab, each acre. They have spoiled Punjab land. Because when you use fertilizer and irrigation, the land becomes infertile. Stagnation of salts, killing of all the microbes. And here, till today, no expert is talking about the importance of microbes. Agochara prapancha ide, which is actually the bridge between macro and micro. Micro, I mean even Sushma. Sushma jeeviಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಇರೋ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ವರ್ಲ್ಡನ್ನು ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸೊ ಮೋಡಗಳು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ಮಳೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದ ಮೋಡಗಳು, ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬ್ಸ್. ಕಾಡು ಉಳಿಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಭೂಮಿ 4-5 ಇಂಚ್ ಪದರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಜೀವಿಗಳ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಉಳಿಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೆದುಳು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಾಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಸೆಲಿಯಾಕ್ ರೀಜನ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಡಿಯೋಡಿನಲ್ ಅಲ್ಸರ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಆ ಕವಾಟ ತೆಗೆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದ ಓಪನಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಟಮಕ್ into the small intestines, you have a valve, because whenever you eat, it simply doesn't go into the intestines. The valve closes. It tests whether it is liquid, whether it is to be allowed or not. If you eat rice, you will never open that because it is solid. If you eat fruit also, it doesn't open. But if you drink water, within 2 minutes the valve opens and the intestines it reaches. Am I making sense? This is very important for you to know. So that's why you need to drink little water to start with, so that everything is clean. Then you eat. So you drink. So it is the celiac region which hosts either pathogenic bacteria or symbiotic bacteria. So what is your job to do now? To fill symbiotic bacteria in your gut. Gut is called, not your tummy. Below the tummy is called gut. That's what madam referred to as gut feeling. It is here you get feelings, you think, no. It is that gut which decides. If you have higher percentage of microbes, what did I call? If you have fiber, then you have symbiotic bacteria. If you have sugar, you have hydrophobic bacteria. So hydrophobic bacteria means oxygen less. That means you are going into anaerobic conditions. So anaerobic conditions are not good for human living cells. So what are you doing by eating sugar? What are you doing? You are encouraging hydrophobic nature. Just like you kids are all drinking water in the plastic bottles. The plastic nanoparticles. In fact, I am so shocked to see that naturopathy, homeopathy, allopathy, tatopathy, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪತಿಗಳು ನೀರು ಅದೇ ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. That is making your gut hydrophobic. The nanoparticles are going to line up your celiac region. So that is good enough reason for you to be mentally ill. That's all actually. So now I am telling you so many parameters, starting with the frequencies of the sun, which you need to make vitamin D and other characteristic important hormonal balance, microbial balance. Where does that come from? Microbial balance. By your drinking water, making your blood filled with lot of fiber. Do you have fiber in rice and wheat? Zero. Just one top layer, 0.2 grams fiber in 100 grams of rice. 1.2 grams of fiber in 100 grams of wheat. ಅದೂ ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಬ್ಲೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಪೌಡರ್ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಆಟ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಫೋಟ ಫಲ್ಕ ಕುಚ್ಚ ಪಟಾಟ ಪಿಜ್ಜಾ ಬರ್ಗರ್ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್? ಆರ್ ಯು ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಟಾಟ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಈಟ್? ತದ್ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹತ್ರ ನೀ ಏನಾದರೂ ತಿನ್ನಪ್ಪ, ಈ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ ತಗೋ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೇ ಮಜಾ ಬರೋದಲ್ವಾ? ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಬಿಲೀವ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್? ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು 28, ಇದು 2002. ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬಂದರು, ಏನೋ ತೊಂದರೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ನಿಮ್ಹ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್, ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಡ್, ಮೇಡ್ ಅ ನೈಸ್, ಈ ಕೈದಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ 7 ಗಂಟೆ ಆದರೆ ಆಕೆಗೆ ಕೈದಿ ಥರ ಬೇಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯು ಪುಟ್ ಹರ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ರೂಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಾಕ್ ಇಟ್. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ನೈಫ್ ಆರ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್, ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು murder whoever is around. Especially mother and father are there in the night. So she used to, so with that mental makeup, so bipolar. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿರ್ತಾಳೆ, ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಆಗೋಷ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಹರ್, ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಸೋ ಥ್ರೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್. ಸೊ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೋಗಿ, ದೆನ್ ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್? Hydrophobicity is in her mind, because gut axis system was so different. So I told her, morning, expose her to the Surya Namaskara. So Surya Namaskara is a technique wherein your blood flows properly, especially those 12 steps that you go through. And of course you are supposed to also chant that mantra, Saumitri, Hiranyagarbhaya, Pushna, all that is in a sequence. Arka Bhaskara. That orange color, especially Kashaya Banna antivi navu, rods and cones mele biddaga, your, madam said serotonin, there are 12 such components which makes you not happy, peaceful. See, everyone is talking about happy, happy, happy. You want to be peaceful. Beyond happiness, I am happy actually, I am a very happy man. But that doesn't stop there. After being happy, then you do not know what to do. You got to be, then people become restless. A lot of people are happy. Fellows who are drinking, do all this golmaal, they are also happy. But they are not restful. So the complete health is being restful. You be happy or unhappy. They are only two sides of the same coin. But ನಿರ್ಗುಣ ಅಂತೀವಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ. ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ನಿರ್ಗುಣ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಯಾರ್, ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್, ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್. ಸೊ ಆ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ಲೆಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಂದ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ಫುಲ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಕೆಲಸ ಈ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ಸ್, microbes, that can happen only when your blood has controlled glucose concentration, which is called homeostasis. So your, whether it is mental health, whether you have a hormonal problem, ನಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಸುಲಿನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಗ್ಲೈಕೋಜನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೂ ಇವೆಲ್ಲನೂ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ ತಗೋ, ಆವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸರಿಗಿರು. That's not, according to me, it is not even treatment. So the whole system has been sabotaged by business. How did they make this happen? By selling their fertilizers, shifting human race to wrong food. Because when you eat rice, within 10 to 15 minutes your blood is flooded with glucose. ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಈಟ್ 4 ಇಡ್ಲಿ ತಿಂದಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಯು ಈಟ್ 4 idlis ಆರ್ 4 kulchas ಆರ್ 4 paratas, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ನಾನ್ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಈಟ್, ವಾಟರ್, ಬಾತು, ಟೊಮೊಟೊ ಬಾತು, ಮೆಂತ್ಯ ಬಾತು, ಬಿಸಿಬೇಳೆ ಬಾತು, ಬಾತು ನೀವು ಬಾತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೀವು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಗ್ಲೂಕೋಸ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ಡ್ is so much, minimum of 30 to 40 grams of glucose is flooding your blood, not slowly and steadily. Tapak. So now your liver, your pancreas, your spleen, all are summoned to do the emergency work. If you leave that, the blood with your body temperature becomes thick. So who faces the music? The heart, because it has to pump the blood, and your blood has become thick. So you go to doctor, sir, I have BP. No problem, take this blood thinner. How long? Lifelong. Come on. How did my blood become thin? He doesn't say. It's because of rice and wheat and sugar you are pumping in. So what I am trying to communicate is, if you stop eating rice, wheat and sugar, you will have no BP in a matter of 3 days. Zero problem. Solved. Actually, madam knowingly or unknowingly said to put the doctors out of business. And knowingly I want to do that. So if you eat right, you can be away from doctor. So what is this right means what? Right food is not defined, purposely not defined. This food, that food, oh, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕದ ಆ ಫುಡ್, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಫುಡ್? ಸಿಗೋದು ಅಕ್ಕಿ, ಗೋಧಿ, ಸಕ್ಕರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ. 800 million tons of rice is produced on this planet. 800 million tons of wheat is produced on this planet. As if this is not enough. 800 million tons of sugar is produced. As if this is not enough. 1600 million tons of soybean is produced. As if this is not enough. 16,100,000 tons of corn that you are popping up in your mouth when you go to see movies. This genetically modified. That alone is good enough to spoil your gut microbes. That alone. The popcorn, if you pop it into your mouth, can disturb your celiac region. You can have ulcers, you can have colitis, you can have IBS, you can have everything that you want to. That you cannot get rid of. You got to surrender yourself to steroidal use, which can then disturb your immunity. Then you can open-heartedly open hands and invite all more and more pathogenic bacteria. Can you believe that we have rigged the system so that I can manufacture diseases? And no one to talk about it. No one to talk about it. No doctor. Homeopathy, tatopathy, allopathy, naturopathy, all are eating rice and wheat. Nothing is working. Go to Tirupati. Allunu sakre rice. Because the system is rigged. Food is corporatized. No one should ask any question. And lakhs of years, human system has been eating millets, which is interloculated with fiber, because the way the grain is produced, it is C4 photosynthesis. I am trying to actually encapsulate every aspect in few sentences. I can actually divide that this is the way it is made, this is the way it works, this is the way. I am trying to take you along that the problem is this, and I could actually give you archaeological evidences of millets, then how millets are grown, how this is done step by step. I am not doing that purposely. Am I carrying you along? Things have happened. How do I come out? So now we have 0.7 kilos of good microbes in our body. How do I build it up? Only millets can do, because millets have the wonderful fiber. The fiber that is matured. In fact, you can get fiber. Many people naturally, oh, I will eat fruit, I will eat soppu, I will eat this, I will eat that sapsige soppu, I will eat basle soppu, I will eat pundi soppu, I will eat lettuce, north fellows, I will eat strawberry, I will eat dragon fruit, I will eat kiwi fruit. All these are immature fiber because they are all made of carbohydrates. Complex carbohydrates become fiber. Have you seen this kalabanda? All this, many of the hagga ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ. These are all from lot of this carbohydrate fiber, it is called. It is not matured. What is matured fiber? You have aromatic systems built in, wherein the stabilization of electrons happen. And what are that? Basically, they are called lignons. Wood precursors are lignons. So the physiology of the plant, excess glucose that they make in the leaves is stored in different ways in different plants, in different regions, different styles and fashions. Whenever they want, they can have access. So the aromatic fiber is the protecting layer. So once a tree is formed, it will take thousands of years for it to become carbon dioxide. That's how the carbon dioxide sink is called forest. That means millions of living things are releasing carbon dioxide. Why the hell are we releasing carbon dioxide? What is happening in our bodies? Each and every living system, despite being diversified living cells, each and every living cell has to burn glucose to carbon dioxide, releasing energy. Where is this energy come from into the glucose? Who fixed it? It is the plants. It is the photosynthetic system called, where does this photosynthesis happen in a leaf? What is that place called? Chlorophyll. Chlorophyll. You have magnesium there, absorbs carbon dioxide. Hydrogen and oxygen are separated by light reaction, and the dark reaction, carbon dioxide is added, hydrogen, and makes this wonderful chemical called glucose. So where did the energy come into this chemical called glucose? Who fixed it? Where did it come from? From the sun again. So ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಮನನ್ನ ಏನಂತಾರೆ? ರಘುವಂಶ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ? ರಾಮ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಸೂರ್ಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ, whoever it is, whether it is Ravanasura or Rama or Vali, first thing they did was go and do Surya Namaskara. In fact, it is the parameter. Whoever does Surya Namaskara without missing will be the Shaktishali, because it is that controls your mitochondria, where glucose is broken down. The cytochrome system, it is called, the balance. The electron tumbles down and ATP is synthesized. ATP is a biological battery. It's like your lithium battery. So mitochondria is just like sun, but much better, because it has controls all over. ATP is produced in each and every living cell. Now I am showing like this, throwing my hand, breathing, dancing, jumping, sleeping, taking breath to exchange. My lung muscles require energy. They produce. See how beautifully it is centralized, but at the same time decentralized. This is the beauty of living things, that they all function, but not centralized fashion, decentralized, but everything is absolutely resonating with each other. This is the problem with all of us. By dividing things, we lose this resonance. We lose the connections. We are supposed to have all the things connected together. The neurons, the nephrons, the pancreatic cells, the Long Island beta cells, everything is functioning not separately, not bit by bit. ನೀನು ಅದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಐಫೋನ್ ಥರ ಅಸೆಂಬಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ನೋ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ನಿಂಗ್. Synchronized fashion it is happening. Am I making sense? Am I? Or bouncers? Mel hogta idea. I'm trying to simplify things. I do agree it's very complex. But we have to learn things in a simple fashion, though they are complicated. So now what am I doing? Trying to tell you there are so many parameters, but all things have to fall in place. Not tomorrow. This moment, every moment these things have to happen. How do we make it happen? The only link that can make things happen, if you identify these parameters and if we continue to do that, we can in fact reverse all diseases. And that's what we did. Can I play that one video? Switch off the lights and, yeah.
Dr. Khadar lifestyle. Hi, I'm Shruti. I'm from Bangalore. Last year, my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in the month of September. He was barely 13 at the time. He had to be rushed to the hospital. He was in the hospital for about 7 days, where his medication or treatment included him taking insulin injections. And even when we got back, we were told that, this is how his life is going to be, where he has to manage his blood sugar levels only with insulin injections, and that he had to take it for about 4 to 5 times a day. And not just that, in the middle of the night, we had to check his blood sugar levels every day so that he doesn't enter a hyperglycemic state. And that is very painful to see, right? Thankfully, on the 9th day after his discharge, our very close relative, because of his experience with Dr. Khadar, recommended us to go consult him. So I took my son along to Mysore, and we saw Dr. Khadar. Dr. Khadar immediately put us at ease. He said, my son does not have to be dependent on insulin injections for the rest of his life, that there was another way that included switching to a millet diet, stopping anything that was processed, stopping milk and milk related products, switching to an organic diet, and following a good physical regime, that is a good exercise routine. And immediately we started that. Also, Dr. Khadar, in his disease protocol, he recommends, for diabetes, he recommends taking concoctions of certain leaves in the morning, and having bull-driven oils. There are 5 types that he recommends for diabetes. So we started doing that for my son. And in a week's time, we could see how his insulin dosage had to be reduced, right? For every meal, in fact, we had started giving him lesser and lesser because his blood sugar levels were getting controlled with lesser dosage of insulin. And believe it or not, at the end of 1 month, we could, stop his medication completely. He was just managing it with whatever Dr. Khadar recommends, with the millet diet, with drinking the concoction of certain leaves, with the bull-driven oils, and following a healthy regime. So we are extremely indebted to Dr. Khadar for his timely help. We are grateful to him because he's been our savior. And I recommend that everybody follow Dr. Khadar's protocol. Even if you're healthy, please switch to a millet diet. Stop eating gluten and rice, because it does more harm than good to our bodies. All of us at home eat whatever my son has to eat to manage his health, and that is great support when you do that. And we can see the difference even in our health. So thank you again, Dr. Khadar. You've been our savior, as I've mentioned time and again, and I recommend.
This has happened in 2019. Now today, just a day before Thursday, I received a WhatsApp message from that same lady. Dear doctor, on this special occasion of Teachers' Day, I wanted to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude for all the knowledge and wisdom you have shared with us. Your guidance on how to nourish our bodies, live healthier lives have been transformative. Wishing you a very happy Teachers' Day. Thank you. Priyam and Shruti. It's been 6 years. They have not gone to any doctor. That boy is doing good. It's not one. I have hundreds and hundreds of type 1 diabetes kids throwing away their insulin. So why am I showing type 1 diabetes? I have diabetic patients, lakhs of people throwing away their tablets and insulin. how did this transformation happen? But they were all told, lifelong you have to take. And there is no cure for type 1 diabetes because it is genetic disorder. Your pancreas has stopped making. So what happened here? That boy is actually he's become basketball player. He's fantastic. Hundreds of such cases. In fact, last week I received a small baby, 8-year-old baby. Thank you, Dr. Khadar. My insulin now has been removed. My HbA1c is 7. I am actually able to sit and paint, which I was not able to sit before. So like that, hundreds of. What I am trying to communicate is not try to just say 1 or 2 cases. You can actually make type 1 diabetes patients all this hall, 1,000, and feed that protocol. 1,000 out of 1,000, we can get rid of their insulin, if not in 3 months, maybe 6 months. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Ellaru guarantee kodta idare ee naduve, ನಾವು ಒಂದು guarantee ಕೊಡೋಣ. Health is guaranteed because your food is right. So if your food is right, no need of medicine. And if your food is wrong, no medicine works. So the second statement, we are all examples. Crores of people are taking tablets. And actually madam mentioned, I don't know with her knowledge or without knowledge, proton pumps. And that alone is $1 trillion business. Ranting, so many things, same things. So people are just 10-year-old, 15-year-old boys and girls are actually prescribed these so-called generic terms are called antacids. Amazing, huh? Amazing. Andre tablet ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. And that's what exactly happened to Steve Jobs. You know? Steve Jobs. You know who Steve Jobs? Apple owner. When he died, he was worth $3 trillion. 8 months, 800 doctors, all technology around in the world. He had pancreatic cancer. Poor fellow. What are you talking? He's the richest fellow. I am saying poor fellow. So who is rich? Fellow who has health. And health is guaranteed by millets. That's why I named 5 grains. Arka, Navane, Same, Korle, Vudalu. These are actually called minor millets. Let me talk a little bit about millets. There are 6,000 varieties of C4 grasses on this planet Earth. Out of that, 200 and beyond, maybe 300 grasses can give grains that are millimeter size. So, in olden days, including our Puranas literature, they mentioned it as Trunadhanya. Because anywhere and everywhere it is growing. Yarg bekappa idu beda namage annata. Truna. Chudradhanya. Bija illa enu kanasta illa hullu hutkondu bandibutide. Edo idu ganagalu chudra ganagalu madiro kelasa anta adakke chudradhanya anta hesirittru. ಚಿರುಧಾನ್ಯ ಕಿರುಧಾನ್ಯ ಈ ಥರ ಕಣ್ಣಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಣದೇ ಇರೋದು ತುಂಬ ಸಣ್ಣಗಿದೆ ಇದು ಅದು ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದರು. ಸೊ ಈ ಹೆಸರುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿಗಿದೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್? ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮೈನರ್ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್, ಮೇಜರ್ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ರಾಗಿ, ಜೋಳ, ಸಜ್ಜೆ, ಬರಗು, ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೇಜರ್ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಗ್ರಾಸಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೈಗ್ರೋಸ್ಕೋರಿಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ದ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೆಸ್. So you need the water requirement more. So major millets can grow where there is rainfall of 30 centimeters and above. Whereas minor millets, the blades being very different, the bacteria association being different. In fact, 1800 varieties of microbes inhabit these wonderful different minor millets. That means the rainfall, even if it is 10 centimeters, is good enough for Arka. Actually, one of the grains is named as arka. Arka grows in the Himalayan valleys without anyone. Once the sunlight, that wonderful kashaya banna hits, there is this particular seed comes up. Ankura antare. Sprouts. So, you all should understand with this example that these 12 frequencies, not just for human beings, there are a lot of living things that are enlivened by these 12 frequencies. And that's why Suryodaya is such an important event which our ancestors have recognized and said, ಮುಟ್ಟಾಳ್ರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದು ಸೂರ್ಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅದು. ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಾವೀಗ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ ಕುಡಿದು 8 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಮೋಸ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಜೊಮ್ಯಾಟೊ ಸ್ವಿಗ್ಗಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬಿಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಶಾರುಖ್ ಖಾನು ಅಜಯ್ ದೇವಗನ್ನು ಗುಟ್ಕಾ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೋ ಒನ್ ಟು ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಪಬ್ಬಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಬೀರು ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೊತ್ತು. Does any doctor, does any teacher tell you, go and do Surya Namaskara in the morning? Because it's such an important thing for human health, not for human health. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಕ್ಕು ನಾಯಿನೂ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಿಸಿಲಿಗೆ ಮಲ್ಕೋತವೆ. ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್. ದ ಸ್ಯಾಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಈಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ ಟೀಚರ್ಸು 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಝೂಮ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಏಸು ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. This is the problem of the humans, that we have been entrapped something called money, business. And if you earn more money, you are successful. This is the sad story. And we are all not healthy. If you just think about one thing and one thing and one thing only, you will become sick. Your activities, your thought process all have to be balanced. It is the balance that is health. See, now and then, you don't sleep. You can recoup. Instead of that, you are awake all nights doing software work. So, before 25, people are sick. So, night sleep is so important to balance, to make your neurons rest. Now, we sadly have people saying 4 hours sleep is enough, 2 hours sleep is enough. The real reason is they don't get sleep. That is the problem. Everyone should sleep minimum of 6 to 8 hours. When do you sleep? ನಾನು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡು 8 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ರಾತ್ರಿ 8 ಗಂಟೆ ತನಕ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. It is the darkness, absence of light, which makes each and every living cell in your body restful. So, how do you sleep then? You sleep in dark. That's why we have night and day. So, light, reflected light is okay. But we have everywhere tube light, this and that, and this stupid thing has come. Of course, people call it smartphone, but you become stupid. People are sleeping with this. This should be left where you leave your chappal. ಈಗ ಚಪ್ಪಲ್ ನಾವು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಫೋನ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಡಬೇಕು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ 12 feet. The radiations can come up to 12 feet, can disturb your neurons. So, ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದರನ್ನು ಒಂದು ವುಡನ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು. So that the radiations, why wooden box only? Only the lignon matured fiber can stabilize these radiations because of the aromatic pool of electrons. Because the PMF, proton motive force, is higher, the range is higher. The fiber in the vegetables and fruits, EMF range is very less because the carbohydrate fiber is not matured fiber. Am I making sense? Now you take 1 gram of wood, put it in water for 3 days. It becomes, absorbs water, 1 gram becomes 15 grams. Am I right? The same thing, you put a paper which is made of carbohydrate fiber. It doesn't absorb that much of water. It absorbs, 1 gram becomes 2 grams. That is the difference. So, whereas our millets, minor millets, which are grown in less rainfall, including 45 degrees centigrade, we have shown to grow these millets. 45 degrees. 10 degrees of Himalayas, 45 degrees of Registan, we can grow. That means, what is the real food for human beings? Anywhere and everywhere. Anyone can grow, anytime you can grow. Is that to be your food? Or only in Punjab, when there is cold weather, you can grow, and you grow that in large number of tons, put it in godowns, spray pesticides, and then come and eat, and do not talk about it. I have not come to the pesticides that can damage your systems, your DNA, and make cancerous conditions. There is a herbicide called glyphosate, which is used for soybean and why so much soybean? To make eggs, pigs, chicken. So they have spun green revolution, and then they said you all have to have calcium, we will make milk, so white revolution. How much milk has how much calcium? Does anyone know? ಈಗ ಹಾಲು ಕುಡೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಶಿಯಂ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಮೋಸ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಹಾಲು ಕುಡಿಬೇಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಶಿಯಂ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ಯು, there is no calcium in milk, and even if it is there, you cannot absorb. It is animal protein binding the calcium, which does not allow any other thing. So cow gives milk, 1 liter of it has 938 milligrams of calcium. That's all, nothing more than that. So you want 938 milligrams of calcium, you need to drink 10 liters of milk. Why? Because you cannot absorb it. And the milk has to become curds with lactobacillus, only then the calcium can be released. So that means if you take 10 liters of milk, convert it into masru, then eat that much, you will get. So is it the right way of getting calcium? So you are not having calcium, drink milk. White revolution, genetically modified cows, those guys don't even have a cow. They took our cows only and converted it, and each cow giving 25 liters, 30 liters of milk, and said milk is complete food. It is otherwise. Cow gives milk for whom? For whom? For you to drink coffee, tea, paneer, cheese, burger. It gives milk for its calf. You give milk when you become mother, whom? For whom? The baby. Then why are you bringing that baby's milk and putting it in your mouth? The balance of hormones, testosterone, progesterone, estrogen, is different in cow's milk, different in human's milk, different in dog's milk, different in donkey's milk, different in goat's milk, different in elephant milk, different in tiger's milk. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Then why are you drinking cow's milk? Cow grows this much in 6 months. Does your baby grow this much? Why are you drinking? And why single doctor does not have any question on this? That has resulted the whole human race, women have been consistently, decade by decade, reducing their menstrual time. 15 years of age women, girls should become women. Now, average age on this planet of girl becoming women is 9. This is called hormonal balance. And women in Europe and Western countries shave more than men. They go to beauty parlors on every weekly basis. Why? Hair appearing on their upper lips. Of course, it is happening in India also. You see beauty parlors appearing now and then here. Forget about beauty parlors. IVF centers. Because of hormonal imbalance, women have PCOD, embryos, all the endometriosis, all these host of problems. So what am I trying to communicate to you? It's wrong food, diseases. So what am I telling you directly? If you stop drinking milk tomorrow onwards, we will close down 70% of hospitals in the coming 1 year. Guaranteed. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆಯಾ ಬಿಳಿ ಕೂದಲು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆಯಾ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕಾಫಿ ಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ. We are all addicted to the steroids that are there in that. You are thinking coffee and tea. That is actually much less addiction. Coffee, tea. ಬನ್ನಿ 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ರಾತ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೂ ಕಾಫಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಫ್ರಿಡ್ಜಿಂದ ಹಾಲು ತಗೊಂಡು. ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೆಂತ್ಯ ಕಷಾಯನೋ ತುಳಸಿ ಕಷಾಯನೋ ಅಯ್ಯೋಯ್ಯೋ ನಿನಗೆ ಕೆಮ್ಮು ಬಂದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಶುಂಠಿ ಕಷಾಯ ಕೊಡೋ. ಏನಾದರೂ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಾಫಿ ಟೀ ಅಡ್ಡೋದು ಕುಡೀರಿ. To make coffee and tea, we have been systematically occupying all the mountain regions of the world, including the Western Ghats. 80% of the Western Ghats are occupied by coffee and tea. So, the grass roots of C4 grasses is missing on the top 4-5 inches, and the deep-rooted big plants like ಅರಳಿ ಮರ, ಹುಣಸೆ ಮರ, ಹಲಸಿನ ಮರ, ಆಲದ ಮರ, all have disappeared. So, you do not have water collecting system called C4 grasses, which can make the top 4-5 inch layers always live and kicking with a lot of microbes and earthworms. We have removed that. And then deep-rooted big plants we have removed in the name of coffee and tea estates. Not only in India, all over the world. Brazil, Africa, Western countries, everywhere coffee, tea, coffee, tea. So to make your coffee, tea business proposition, you have sugar. In the name of sugar, you are making molasses and liquor. Do you know what I am talking? These are all working together to make your lives miserable. And doctors do not talk about sugar. Agriculture fellows do not talk about your IBS problem. And naturopathy will say, come back here and sit in the mud and I will give you some panchakarma treatment. How long will you give panchakarma treatment? You should be giving panchakarma treatment on a daily basis. Why do you give panchakarma treatment? We have to remove toxins. Where are these toxins coming from? Every minute when you burn glucose, the leakage of energy is called EMF, electron motive force. As much as you make ATP, there is a leakage because the tumbling down of electrons in the cytochrome system releases some leakage. And that's why mitochondria becomes old. What is mitochondria? A set of proteins doing their job. We don't burn protein. We make things happen through protein. So you only require 6% of protein. But then now, these experts are spinning another revolution, pink revolution. You need more protein. Eat eggs, eat prawns, eat this much protein, you need this much. Absolute bunkum. You do not need more than 4 to 5% of protein in your food, which is available, enough of it in our millets. Can we go to that book and show me? Yeah. This is a small booklet. We have big book also, but people are not reading the big books, so I made a small book. Go ahead, just keep browsing. And that's my daughter, Dr. Karala. Yeah, go ahead. Just this you tilt, rotate. Yeah, if you can just zoom a little bit. Yeah. Especially these 5 grains millets are loaded. Loaded means loaded with all the nutrients that you require, including iodine is a vitamin B1, which has sulfur. Sulfur is actually sister of oxygen. Sister of oxygen. So that means if something goes wrong in our body, it is the sulfur that can repair things. Because it should look like electronic configuration wise, it resembles oxygen, but one layer later. So if something goes wrong, there is sulfur based vitamins that can repair your systems. So we have plenty of it, 3.2 milligrams in brown top millet. That means if serious illnesses are there, if you make brown top millet, especially neurons and nephrons, require that replenishment, because neurons and nephrons take 7 years to be replenished. Your human blood, hemoglobin takes 3 months to replenish. And hemoglobin, I said, hemoglobin is sister of chlorophyll. The difference is very simple. Remove magnesium, put iron in the center of the pyrimidine rings of nitrogen, you have hemoglobin. That's why when you have anemia, everyone says, go and eat some leaves, especially curry leaves, with little folic acid and any vitamin C or ascorbic acid or citric acid. It will remove the magnesium and fix that. So it is a quick way of fixing your hemoglobin. So it is wonderful because it is the iron which carries the oxygen and carries back carbon dioxide. So where is carbon dioxide coming from? Burning the glucose. The 3 carbons are converted to carbon dioxide. Pyruvic acid is cycled into the Krebs cycle, releasing energy. Yeah, everything is happening the same time. Now I have taken 1 hour, but things are happening absolutely same time, same moments. Everything, every cell is going through this. And the release of energy and the toxicity is generated. The released EMF, the leaked EMF slowly accumulates and becomes a free radical and then starts damaging the organs. Little by little, organelles are disturbed, organs are disturbed. Then appears functional disease. That means disease is accumulating. It doesn't happen just like that. Oh, I ate my rice, I'm okay, doing okay, but it takes time for it to accumulate. That's why many people are, oh, I have eaten, I am all right. But over a period of in a decade, we have accumulated disease, not only diabetic patients becoming 30 out of 100, 30 BP patients, 30 thyroid patients, 30 kidney patients. We have already crossed 120. That means each person doesn't have one disease, he has 2 diseases or 3 diseases for that matter. So this is the state of affairs. That means you are supposed to clean up that EMF, free radicals, there and then. Who can do the job? Millets again. It is the soluble fiber, matured aromatic PMF range, and that range is different for each millet. Little millet can clean up all the cells in your regenerative system. That means if you have a problem with your ovaries, and men have problem with their sperm, people do not have sperm nowadays, 20 million now, instead of 150 million. That's why IVF centers are coming up. That is the reason, nothing else. So, little millet fiber, that aromatic lignans can clean up your polycystic ovary, your endometriosis, your fibroids in your uterus, all this cleaning. That means the toxicity generated in these living cells and that particular EMF is met by the fiber content that is available in the little millet. And when you eat kodo millet, that particular fiber has the PMF designed to clean up your bone marrow and blood. And when you eat foxtail millet, that is navane in Kannada, the fiber can clean up your lungs and neurons. That means you have any brain problem, mental problems, you please eat foxtail millet. And how do you eat? How to cook? I will let you know in another 4 or 5 minutes. And why you should do the way it is to be done. Madam, I have some more time, another 15 minutes. Huh? Oh, because I started late. Yes. Yeah, so. Actually, I have at least another 1.5 hour more content to tell you, and I'm very eager to tell, especially when I meet young boys and girls, I'm excited. And I consider that day as my lucky day. Of course, I have seen lot of big fellows, big symposium, and those guys are not going to change. They are stuck, as Madam clearly said. Whatever it is, we are in this. And it takes lot of effort to change. But then, when I meet young people, you are free, you can change. Start your system itself in a right foot instead of wrong foot. You know why in our traditions, please keep the right leg front and come in. Gottado nimage? That is starting right. When you actually put your left brain hemisphere gets activated. And where is your emotion, your everything? Here. Very simple. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಗಣೇಶ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಗಣೇಶ ಹಬ್ಬದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗರಿಕೆ ಹುಲ್ಲು ತಂದಿಡ್ತೀರ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಗರಿಕೆ ವಿಚ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ದ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಟು ಅಬ್ಸಾರ್ಬ್ ಅಲ್ಟ್ರಾವೈಲೆಟ್ ರೇಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾರೆಡ್ ರೇಸ್. ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಟುಡೇ ನಾವು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ದೇವರನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದೆ. ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಬಿಚ್ಚರಪ್ಪ ನೀವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಮೆನ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರಿಮೂವ್ ದೇರ್. ಯಾಕೆ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಥೈಮಸ್ ಗ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಈ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ದ ವೈಬ್ರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಲ್ಟ್ರಾವೈಲೆಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾರೆಡ್ ಬಿಸೈಡ್ಸ್ ದಿಸ್ 2 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ದೇವರನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಾಗ ಹೋದಾಗ ನೀನು ಸ್ವೆಟ್ರು ಗಿಟ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ದ ಕ್ಲಾತ್ ವಿಲ್ not allow that to happen. So it is this kinds of, but of late these people are all understanding that microbes are there, these frequencies are there. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮವರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಬರೆದು ಬಿಸಾಕಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. It is just that we didn't tell it is frequency, this is microbe, this and that. But they have a clear-cut idea as to what they were speaking, and they have made it so simple that you do this, you will be fine. So, ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ಆಯಿತಾ. ಈಗ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಡೈಆಕ್ಸೈಡು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಮೈಟೊಕಾಂಡ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾನು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೂಗು ಬಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ನೋಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೌತ್ ಫಾರ್ 3 minutes, ವೈ 3 minutes, 2 minutes, ವೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಯು ಬಿ? ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ gone. What does that mean? Even if you eat the right food, the best of the best food, millets only, you have cleaned up the EMF, disease is not coming, but then what happened to the carbon dioxide? Carbon dioxide is released. That is a poisonous gas. It should not be inside. So what does it is the most poisonous gas for you. You have to remove it. Who will remove it? Thin blood. The exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide has to happen in the vilaya of your swasakosha. For that reason you have to keep the blood thin, isn't it? But here what are you doing? Eating rice, sugar, gulab jamunu, ee baatu aa baat tindu ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? So what does it mean? The percentage of carbon dioxide is left out, and that can become carbolic acid, which is again a point. Now you see how we are transforming slowly into more and more toxicity. So the absorption of these toxic materials can cause the disease. In fact, that is the origin of the disease. So you want to remove that, isn't it? Who will remove? Back to millet fiber. So even if you leave it there, the fibers that are soluble, especially the kodo fiber, carries it and allows it to grow. But you see, now I am telling kodo millet is for bone marrow, blood. Foxtail millet is for lungs and neurons. And I am telling, the brown top millet is for everything. It has 12.5% of fiber, whereas ragi has 3.6 fiber. Rice and wheat, forget it. I call it negative grains because they are meant to give you disease. See, allak biddidira ನೀವು ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಗೋಧಿ ತಿಂದು ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ಊದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 6 feet above, you cannot weigh more than 65 kilos, a human body. But now 5 feet women in India are weighing more than 100 kilos. Like that, in a matter of 3 months, it will be regulated. You eat your millets, especially the above 5 millets, minor millets, because of their fiber content being above 8. Foxtail millet has got 8%. Brown top millet has got 12.5%. Kodo has 9. Barnyard 10. Little 9.8. 9.8% of dry fiber in 100 grams of little millet. So what did I tell you? If you soak 1 gram wood, it becomes 15 grams. But it is not as good as this, but it is the precursor available there. So if you soak 1 gram of foxtail millet, it will become 7 to 8 grams of. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸೊ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸಾಮೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಕುಕ್ಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ನೀರು ಹಾಕಿ ಪುಸ್ ಪುಸ್ ಅಂತ 5 ಕೂಗಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ನ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಫೈಬರು ಲೇಯರ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಲೇಯರ್ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಗಾಡ್. ಸೊ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರೋ ದ ಡೀಪ್ ಇಂಟೀರಿಯರ್ ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಫೈಬರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಬೋಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ವೆಟ್, no water is there. Unless the fiber gets soaked in water, hydration of fiber happens, you cannot cook the grain. You see the trick? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜಂದರು ರಾತ್ರಿ ನೆನೆಸಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಕುದಿಸ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನೆನೆಸಿ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಕುದಿಸ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಥ್ರೋನ್ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೂಡಲ್ಸು ಬಿಸಿ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕು ತಿನ್ನು. ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕ್ಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ IPL ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ 1 ಗಂಟೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 18 ಟೈಮು ಶಾರುಖ್ ಖಾನ್ ಬಂದು ಗುಟ್ಕಾ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೇನೆ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬ್ರೈನ್ ವಾಶ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಫೆಲೋಸು. 22 ಟೈಮು ಸಂಡೆಯ ಮಂಡೆ ಕಾವು ಅಂಡೆ ಅಂತಾನೆ. ಆ ಅಂಡೆ, ಆ ಕೋಳಿ ಪುಟುಕ್ ಅಂತ 21 ಕೋಳಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು ಅರ್ಧಕ್ಕರ್ಧ ಸ್ಟೆರಾಯ್ಡ್ಸು, ಆ್ಯಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸು ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ಇಂಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ಬನ್ನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟೆರಾಯ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಅರೆ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ತಿನ್ನಬೇಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಬೇಕು ನಿಮಗೆ. ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಡ. ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೋಟೀನಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಬೊರೌನ್ ಟಾಪಲ್ಲಿ 12 ಇದೆ, ನವನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕೋ 6%. ಎವ್ರಿ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್, ರೈಟ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೀಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್. ನಿನಗೆ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಬಾರ್ನಿಯಾರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಟ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ಬೇಕೋ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಅರ್ಧಕ್ಕರ್ಧ ಜೀವರಾಶಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದ ಆಹಾರ ಇದು. ಹೌದು, ಇದು ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಆಹಾರ. ಹೌದು, ಇದು ಹಂದಿಗಳ ಆಹಾರ. ಹೌದು, ಇದು ಜಾನುವಾರುಗಳ ಆಹಾರ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಹಾರವೂ ಹೌದು. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್. ಸೊ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಗೋಧಿ ತಿಂದಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲದ ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗಳು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ. ಸಾಮೆ, ನವನೆ, ಕೊರ್ಲೆ, ಊದಲು ತಿಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ರೋಗ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಅದನ್ನು ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್, ಪ್ರಿವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ಕ್ಯೂರ್. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು 5 ಧಾನ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯ ಅಂತ. 2001 ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಗ್ಯಾಂಗ್ರೀನ್, we have been able to remove CKD, we have been able to remove mental problems. ಆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ 6 ವಾರ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಅಕ್ಕಿಯನ್ನು ನೆನೆಸಬೇಕು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆ ನೆನೆಸಬೇಕು? 6 ರಿಂದ 8 ಗಂಟೆ ನೆನೆಸಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ನೆನೆಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕುದಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅನ್ನ ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಂತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಬಟ್ ಹಾಗೆ ತಿಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್, ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಫರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಸೊ 1 ಚಮಚ ತಗೊಳ್ರಿ ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯದ್ದು ಅಕ್ಕಿ, ನವಣೆ ಆಗಲಿ, ಸಾಮೆ ಆಗಲಿ, ಊದಲಾಗಲಿ, ಕೊರ್ಲೆ ಆಗಲಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಯಾವ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ತಗೋತೀರಾ? ಬಾರ್ನಿಯಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಊದಲು ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ನವಣೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ತಗೋತೀರ, ನೆನೆಸ್ತೀರ. 1 ಚಮಚ ತಗೊಂಡು 8 ಗಂಟೆ ನೆನೆಸಿ, ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಲೀಟರ್ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ನೆನೆಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ 8 ಗಂಟೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕುದಿಸಿ. ಕುದಿಸೋದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ? ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕುಕ್ಕರಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕುಕ್ಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುದಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ಡ್. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 1 ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೀಟರ್ ಅಟ್ ಎ ಟೈಮ್, either ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್. ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕುಕ್ಕರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು. ಪ್ರೆಷರು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಟೆಂಪ್ರೇಚರು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ವೈ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕುಕ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಹಿಮಾಲಯಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕೇದ್ರಿನಾಥ್, ಬದ್ರಿನಾಥ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಹುಡುಗ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಯು ಗೋ ಅಪ್, ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್? ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೀರ ನೀವು. ಯಾಕೆ? ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಲಂಗ್ಸ್, which is a normal biochemical process, because pressure and temperature are becoming less and less. ಅದೇ ನೀವು ಈಗ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಲಂಗ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಪ್ಪ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬ್ರೀತ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಹ್ಯೂಮಿಡಿಟಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್, ಸಮುದ್ರ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಟೆಂಪ್ರೇಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಇಸ್ ರೈಟ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬ್ರೀತ್. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ತುಂಬ ಆಸ್ತಮಾ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸು ಸಮುದ್ರ ತೀರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ 90% ಆಫ್ ದ ಫೀಲ್ ಬೆಟರ್. ಇಫ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗಾನ್, you will feel better 90% of the time. Alva? So this is the reason. That means biochemical processes happen at normal temperature. It's called STP rule, standard temperature and pressure rule. ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವೀಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಯೋಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸು ಅದನ್ನು ಕುಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನೀವು ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ಸ್, ವೆದರ್ ಬಿ ವಿಟಮಿನ್ B1 ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ aromatic phenolic contents become polymerized. So that's why you should never ever cook your food in pressure cooker. You can steam where there is no pressure build up. Temperature is only changing. So this is the first thing that you want to learn, how to cook your food. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ನೆನೆಸಿದ್ದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ನೀರು ಹಾಕಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬೇಯಿಸ್ರಿ. ಆ 500 ml 400 ml ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ತಿಳಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ತಿಳಿ ಇರಬೇಕು? ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ? ನೀವು ಸ್ಟೀಲ್ ಪಾತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು? ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ಅದು ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಡಿಕೆ ಫೋಟೋ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಈಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಗ್ರೈನ್ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಹೋಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಲ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್, ಪೇಜ್ ಬೈ ಪೇಜ್ ಹೋಗಿ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಲ್ ಥ್ರೂ, ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕೀಪ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ we have talked about sun, walking, all that information is mentioned. Just go through. Yeah. Just one page back. So we have analyzed all the food and drink, what we are doing now, and which is do not and do's and don'ts. So ನೀವು ಆ ರೆಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ that's exactly what we are all doing. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಈಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಡೇ ಫುಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ರೀಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಪ್ರಾಯೋಗಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ರೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ವಾಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಥೌಸಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್. ಸೊ if you just learn this table is the first step for you becoming healthy and remaining healthy till you die. That means you can eliminate the role of doctor in your life permanently. Of course, emergency accidents ಆಯಿತು, ಅದು ಇದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಬೇಕು. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ನಿನಗೆ ಕೆಮ್ಮು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಮು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಪೇಜ್, 2 more pages. Scroll through. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So you are now filling the pot. Who is holding these microbes? It is inviting the fibrous millets. Wonderful combination. Why wonderful? Because it is fibrous. Fibrous means hydrophilic bacteria comes, and keeping it open in a mud pot and tying encourages oxygen because of small pores, micro pores in the mud pot. No one else has it. No metal, steel, tamra, nothing can happen. So you are cooking, your kitchen, if you are cooking something, please cook in mud pots. In fact, our ancestors stored your imli means ಹುಣಸೆ ಹಣ್ಣು, ಬೆಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಅದು ಜೋನಿ ಬೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಡಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಒಂದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಸಕ್ಕರೆನೂ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ಇಟ್ ಏರೋಬಿಕ್, ಹೈಡ್ರೋಫಿಲಿಕ್. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್ ಅವರ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈಗಲೂ ನೀವು ಪೂರಿ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ, ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಯಾರಾದರೂ? ಹೋಗಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಡಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ. So the only way of cooking scientifically is mud pot, because it maintains standard temperature and pressure. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೈ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಈಸ್ ನೆವರ್ ಬಿಲ್ಟ್ ಅಪ್ ಈವನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಲೋವರ್ ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದೇನು ಬಂತು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರೇ, ನಾವು ಜೊಮ್ಯಾಟೋಲ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಈಗ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 88 lakhs ಪರ್ ಡೇ ಜೊಮ್ಯಾಟೊ ಸ್ವಿಗ್ಗಿ ಆರ್ಡರ್, ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಇನ್ ದ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕಪ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ನಡೆದರೆ 1.2 crore ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಆ ರಾತ್ರಿ. Can you see this change has happening? Because the corporate fellows are taking away your life. ನೀನು ಏನು ತಿಂತಾ ಇದೀಯ ಅಂತಲೂ ನಿನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನೀವು 4 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೋನ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನೀನು ಕೇಳ್ದೇನೆ ಅವನು ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ. ನೂಡಲ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ 5 ಸತಿ, 6ನೇ ಸತಿ ಅದೇ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಆ್ಯಪ್ಸ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರ ನೀವು. Am I talking sense? So where is your brain? It's not there. So who can make it happen? We have cured thousands of mentally ill patients just making him do Surya Namaskara and drinking ambali. Thousands and thousands of schizophrenic patients, functionally disturbed kids. That means they don't do anything. They sit. Mental illnesses are very, very diversified nowadays. We keep talking about stress. Stress will be released only when you have vitamin D and vitamin B12. Nothing else can. Vitamin D, where does it come from? Again, these doctors want us to believe fortified milk with vitamin D. Nothing is happened. You can drink as many liters of milk, fortified milk, vitamin D is less. In fact, now, if I just check this many number of people, highest deficiency will be vitamin D and vitamin B12. I guarantee. I know. So, unless you correct these imbalances, you cannot cure any disease. So, all diseases are celiac, according to me. That means this part. Nimma hotte means not jatara. This whole thing we refer to as hotte. Nimma hotteyalle nimma medudu ide. If you want to think right, keep your gut right. And who can make it right? The fibrous grains. And who are they? Millets. In fact, there is nothing other than millets that can provide this wonderful ecosystem in your body, and that is your gut, that can correct these imbalances. Am I making sense? So as a whole, I am trying to communicate to you that it doesn't exist as piece by piece. And actually I have been trying to tell my story in that fashion only, as a holistic. So that girl got cured. Within 6 days, we could remove her bedigalu. Now, she is almost 48 years old. She is taking care of her mother and father, old father, 69, 70 years old. Of course, unluckily she didn't get married because of the up to 28 you are not married, the whole community knows about that. Despite she being very much all right, this is the bane of our society. But she is very happy. She is very happy. She comes to my home on Ugadi day or some festival, and then she gives me organic fruits and ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಹೊಡೆದು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. So we have hundreds and hundreds of these mentally ill cases where Nimhan's fellows said, no, you cannot cure, you keep taking this. And the problem with seductions and all these transductors, transporters, all these nerve remedies is they disturb your what is called synapses, the space between the two neurons. This starts accumulating and you start losing lot of motor neuron systems. Sometimes even auto nervous system is also affected. Sometimes it actually is the reason why you cannot breathe. Then you go to other specialist and he would start doing something, but the problem is here and no coordination. So you end up with more and more troubles. And this is what is happening. So you as a young budding doctors, please keep this big picture in your mind. And okay, this is your degree, you learn whatever certificate you get. But then you got to keep learning different systems. Oh, I am a psychiatrist, I will read Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. Doesn't work. Sigmund said sex it's all transformed. He's a nutcase. Carl Jung came, hey, no, it depends on upconscious, subconscious, unconscious. All these things are not completely true, not completely false. They are small bits and pieces of knowledge, information. Please synchronize, synthesize the whole from these small bits and pieces. And that's the only way forward. Thank you very much. I have taken a lot of time, and I again thank the organizers. And I hope the younger generations, in fact, I didn't talk about the environmental effects and how we can get out of the global warming and food security, food sovereignty, and village economics. A lot of parameters are there involved in millets. Maybe it's out of the realm of this particular symposium. Despite I crossing over many borders, I still want to maintain the holistic health and didn't dare to go out of this boundary. And in fact, a lot of language, words mean a lot about the sounds. In fact, there is a sound effect on our health. In the sounds that you are listening in the Western music, the frequencies, the hertz, Hz it is called. It also has restlessness. Restlessness is written all over these frequencies. And our music, the Carnatic music especially, Carnatic music with a lot of technicalities involved, sa, ri, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa. And if you can master the ragas, there are only 7 ragas you need. Bhupal raga, and there are Shankarabharana, Shivaranjani, which can actually have soothing effect. Not that it is permanent effect, but then immediately you can fall into the groove. So even music, the right music has, actually we can dwell a lot more time in that also. So please, young doctors, keep your mind open, be flexible, keep learning. There is so much to learn, and don't feel bloated because you have a degree. Okay? We are very small. We are very small. Our knowledge, we cannot gather enough because our brains are only this much. And God has thrown so much knowledge all around. We should always learn to deflate, because we fill our bubble, ego very easily. So please keep pinching your ego bladder every day with a pin. Push. You should be like this. Then you can learn. So keep yourself small. I mean, this, I should not be saying this, but we think we are very big. Keep yourself with humility. There is a lot more to learn. Learn, learn, learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful for the enlightening presentation you shared with us today. Your expertise and insights on millets and mental health have been truly enriching, and we appreciate the time and effort you took to prepare and deliver this talk. Kindly allow us to present our heartfelt thanks for your valuable contribution to our conference. I request Dr. Vandana Jain, convener of the conference, to hand over the certificate of appreciation and token of gratitude to Dr. Khadar. I request Ms. Sindhu ma'am to hand over the certificate of appreciation and token of gratitude to Dr. Priti Shambhog. I would also like to thank all the guests and participants, both online and offline, for their active participation. I would now request the external participants to join the chief guest for a joint photo session. I request all the delegates from various colleges, institutions to join for the photo session.
I think external participants can come. I think I can see few faces from Bangalore probably. From Naturopathy madam, please come and join quickly.
This marks the end of the technical session. We have reached the midpoint of our conference and it's time to take a break. Please join us for lunch at the old canteen in front of the auditorium from now on. As we have, the lunch is arranged in two venues. Venue 1 is the old canteen located exactly opposite to the auditorium. All the naturopathy students, PG students, external participants and faculties can have your lunch at the old canteen opposite to the auditorium. For all the UG students, first year, second year, third years, the lunch is arranged at the Seminar Hall 1 in UG College.
We request all the UG and PG SDM students to have your lunch at Seminar Hall 1, SDM College, Ujire. And we request all the delegates, other delegates, to please have your lunch at the old canteen.
Okay. The presenters, please note, the final presenter and venue as follows. In the main stage, Dr. Baisani Meghna, second Miss Tejaswini, and third Miss Reshmi, and fourth Miss Aishwarya B. Kumar, and fifth Miss Padmasri K. They were presenting on main stage, and in Seminar Hall 1, the presenters list as follows. That is Pratham Rajendran, Kalas and Shakuntala B. Second, Rajeshwari Nilekar and Swastika Suraj and Mahalashmi. And third one, Chaitanya Anil Kumar and Ivan Boss. Fourth, Dr. Akshada P and Swati KP. And fifth, Mr. Ivan Boss, comparative and technical session on three, that is webinar hall. The presenters list as follows, that is Abdul Aziz, Rajni G. Ashraf S. And second, Ms. Sinchana T and Ms. Maulia Sri S. And three, Namita BU and Nitya Jain. And through online, the presenters list as follows, that is Neha Ayman, Sakshi Bhagwat, and Manju Bhargavi. Fourth, Dr. Manjunath R, Dr. Geeta B. Shetty. Fifth, Dr. Sheetal Yadav. And the technical session 4, which is conducted on Seminar Hall 2, the presenters list as follows: Ms. Arya K, Dr. Ashwini Kumari, third Ms. Manjula, fourth Pratiksha Malapa and Lipika TM, fifth Nayana Gowda and Shakuntala B, and sixth Yuvika Manoj and Shakuntala B. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Gautami from 2nd MSc Psychology, and it is my absolute pleasure to be your MC for today. It is an honor to welcome you to today's one-day national level conference on millets and mental health. We are delighted to have such a distinguished assembly of experts, researchers, and students here for what promises to be a day of groundbreaking discussion and discovery. Today, we are focusing on a topic of profound relevance and potential impact, millets, with their rich nutritional profile and historical significance, are emerging as a vital area of research in relation to mental health. This conference is designed to provide a platform for the latest research, share insights, and foster collaboration on how millets could influence mental health outcomes. We are fortunate to have a lineup of expert speakers who will offer valuable perspectives and findings on this intersection. Their contribution will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and stimulate fruitful discussion. I encourage each one of you to engage actively throughout the day, participate in the session, ask questions, and contribute to the discussion. Now, I welcome Chairperson Dr. Sujata Dinesh and Dr. Vandana Jain. And I also would like to welcome our faculties and all the participants and students. I welcome you all. Let us make most of this opportunity to deepen our knowledge, forge new connection, and explore how we can leverage the benefits of millets to support mental health. Together, we can pave the way for innovative approaches and solutions that could have a meaningful impact on both individual and public health. Once again, welcome to this one-day national level conference on millets and mental health. Now, I would like to call upon Krishna to introduce today's chairperson.
It's my honor to introduce Dr. Sujata KJ, a distinguished leader in the field of the naturopathy and yoga therapy. Dr. Sujata holds a bachelor's degree in naturopathy and yogic science from Sri Dharmasthala Manjunatheshwara College and master's degree in yoga from Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusadhana Samastana, Bangalore. Currently, she serves as the vice principal at SDM CNYS, Ujire, Karnataka, where she also oversees the division of the natural therapeutics as dean and hold the position of the professor and head of the department of hydrotherapy. Her roles extend to being a PG coordinator and guiding clinical practices in naturopathy. Dr. Sujata's career spanned over 27 years, during which she has accumulated extensive teaching and clinical experience. Her research is widely recognized with numerous papers published on the subject ranging from hydrotherapy to the effect of various naturopathic treatments. Notably, her work has been featured in journals such as the Journal of Research and Education in Indian Medicine and IOSR journals. Her dedication to the field is also reflected in her role as a PhD guide for candidates pursuing doctoral degrees under Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science and her contribution as an internal examiner and paper setter across various esteemed institutions. Dr. Sujata has been recognized with prestigious awards, including the Vasishta Award and Madana Mohana Award, and has been instrumental in conducting awareness camps and radio programs to promote health and wellness. Her expertise spans a broad spectrum including yoga, acupuncture, physiotherapy, acupressure, and diet and nutrition. Her expectational work ethic, commitment to patient care, and ability to foster positive relationship make her a remarkable asset to the field. Now I request Dr. Mahesh Babu N to give bookmark and welcome Dr. Sujata KJ. I also welcome Dr. Vandana Jain. I also welcome Dr. Vandana Jain. I request Dr. Mahesh Babu N to give the bookmark for Vandana Jain.
Thank you, Krishna. The instructions for today's presenters are, Each presenter will be given overall 8 minutes, 4 minutes for paper presentation, 1 minute to conclude, and 3 minutes for discussion. I repeat, each presenter will be given overall 8 minutes, 4 minutes for paper presentation, 1 minute to conclude, and 3 minutes for discussion. I request all the participants to stick to the time limit, and all the best. Now, I call upon the first presenter, Dr. Baisani Meghana.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected chairpersons. Today we are going to discuss regarding the pearl millet bridging tradition and science in gut-brain axis and anxiety relief. Next. So the contents to be covered are introduction, tryptophan metabolism, and kynurenine pathway and indole pathway, pathophysiology, gut-brain axis for anxiety disorders, traditional diet, and pearl millet, how they are going to relate, conclusion and references. So introduction. So mainly pearl millet is also known as Pernicum glucam, is also known as in Telugu known as Saddalu, and in Kannada it is known as Sajje. And it is one of the most fourth popularly grown millet in India. And we have noted according to Government of India, so in Karnataka, there will be 11% of the production, and overall India, there is about 60% of production in the pearl millet. And one more thing, when we are going to relate with your bajra, that is your pearl millet, and with your anxiety disorders. So anxiety disorders, mainly, they are going to have a major role nowadays, and they are leading cause in your females compared with your males. Females are having a more probability of getting anxiety disorders, and according to the study of 2022, they have declared this. And so examples of anxiety disorders classification goes with your specific phobias, agoraphobia, panic disorders, generalized anxiety disorders. Next. So tryptophan metabolism, mainly tryptophan, why we are using the tryptophan here is, bajra is having the highest amount of tryptophan content. So why tryptophan again? So tryptophan is having a metabolism where the main nutrient for your getting your serotonin. So tryptophan is converted your serotonin mainly with the help of your TPH1 and TPH2, which is going to convert with your 5-HTP. So here TPH1, when we are going with the role of TPH1, so our gut is having a maximum of your cells which has having your vagus nerve relationship. So enterochromaffin cells, these are having to going to express TPH1 with your tryptophan hydroxylase, and when we are going with your TPH2 enzyme, these are going to link with your CNS and endocrine cells. So next, kynurenine pathway. Main thing when we are discussing with your kynurenine pathway, why we are mentioning it in introduction is, when there is an inflammation, they are going to increase in your inflammatory markers. So once the inflammatory markers are going to increase, that is going to lead to the other pathway where tryptophan is not going to convert your serotonin. Tryptophan is going to the other mechanism known as kynurenine pathway. So there, your IDO will place a role. Tryptophan is converted into kynurenine to your other pathway, which your KAT enzyme that is leading to your kynurenic acid, or otherwise kynurenine is going to go with your quinolinic. And the main role of this kynurenine pathway is going to increase your inflammation again. From inflammation there is going to increase, and oxidative stress is going to increase from your kynurenine pathway. Indole pathway. So this is also one of the protective mechanism. Instead of directly relation with your tryptophan to your serotonin, tryptophan will goes with the other pathways where it is playing a crucial role. There, your tryptophan is going to convert in your indole and as well as with your tryptamine. And next, the main bacteria used here are actinobacteria, firmicates, bacteriocydates, protobacteria, and fusobacteria. And these are aerobic again, and genera Clostridium, Streptomyces, and etc. So one more thing is, so indole pathway is also going to lead with your ILA and IPA, indole 3 propiopic acid and indole 3 acetate. Here, these are again your protective mechanism. These are mainly protective for your gut bacteria. And pathophysiology. So when we are going with the pathophysiology, here we are mainly concentrating on your gut dysbiosis. So gut dysbiosis, how it is going to lead. So one, if it is going with your chronic inflammation or stress or your gut dysbiosis, two main pathways, that is your pro-inflammatory markers and anti-inflammatory markers are going to increase to defend against your disease condition. So in pro-inflammatory markers, there is an activation of your Th1 cells, which is the main of IL-6, IFN gamma, TNF alpha, and IL-1 beta. So in IL-6, it is going to inhibit your kynurenine pathway, but TNF alpha and IL beta, they are going to have an inflammatory condition, which is blocking your, which is inflaming your brain functions, leading to your anxiety disorders. When we are going with the pathophysiology of anxiety, anti-inflammatory, that is increasing your TH cells, that is your protective mechanism for your IL-4, 10, and 22.
Can you present your conclusion?
Yes, ma'am, sure. So the main thing is, in Indian diet, we have bajra recipes where we prepare roti as well as your porridge, etc. So these porridge, when they are going to ferment, that is going to increase your antioxidant effect as well, reducing in the sugar levels and the micronutrients which are present again in your bajra fermented porridge, helpful for your decreasing in your inflammatory markers. That was your conclusion. Thank you.
Now the stage is open for discussion.
Do you think the extracts of pearl millet is being in the market?
Yes, ma'am, we can find this bajras.
In the market, extracts for, as you said, for modulating the tryptophan action. Is it there?
Presently, I have not referred regarding that, ma'am. But tryptophan is again just the main component you are going to provide. But the main theme was like traditional recipes which are providing again your nutrition to improve your tryptophan. Like if you give tryptophan, it is not directly going to increase. But your traditional recipes like your bajra roti, which will be having with your ghee.
So it needs processing.
Yes, not processing, ma'am.
Then?
Like combination, if we go, gut bacteria also will increase and your tryptophan absorption also will increase.
Thank you. The next presenter is Ms. Chaitanya Anil Kumar and Mr. Ivan Bose.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chaitanya Anil Kumar and this is Ivan Bose. We are from Bangalore University. Next. Excuse me, next. So, in the introduction, we'll be talking about the link between the millet consumption and mood disorders, which also focuses on the diet-based intervention for mental health. Nutritional psychiatry, which shows that poor dietary patterns, it is associated with negative mental health outcomes, and it also addresses the cognitive functions, memory, and prevent chronic diseases like diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. And the impact of the diet on mood and cognition is considered through gut and brain connection, and the role of nutrients like tryptophan and tyrosine. The ultimate goal of this research is to develop natural therapeutic approaches integrating millet consumption into mental health. So we will be moving on to the review of literature, where we'll be talking briefly about millet and brain health. So the diverse nutritional profile of millets, including essential minerals and vitamins, may contribute to overall brain health and potentially prevent age-related cognitive decline. Millets may exert neuroprotective effects by modulating pathways involved in neuronal survival and synaptic plasticity. Previous one. And we'll also be talking about hemisphere dominance in relation to mood disorder. Earlier research on adults with brain damage indicated that right side damage was associated with positive emotions, while left side damage correlated with negative emotions. Research has explored the impact of diet on hemisphere dominance through various approaches. Interaction with diet-based intervention. Healthcare professionals, particularly dietitians, often lack knowledge and self-efficacy regarding sustainable nutrition and may not perceive as a part of their role. So understanding how millet influence neurotransmission and hemisphere function can enhance therapeutic strategies, potentially improving treatment outcomes for mood disorders through tailored nutritional approaches. So this is the methodology that we have adopted. The objectives, the aim of the study is to explore the relationship between millet consumption and mood disorder severity and hemispheric dominance in young adults. So objectives are to assess and evaluate millet consumption patterns, mood disorder severity, hemisphere dominance among young adults, and also to analyze correlation between those. The hypotheses are, the first hypothesis, millet consumption significantly correlates with mood disorder severity. Hypothesis 2, millet consumption significantly relates to hemispheric dominance. The research design we have adopted is correlational descriptive design, and the variables are the independent variable, individual aged 18 to 25 years in Karnataka, dependent variable, the scores on the millet consumption and dietary habits questionnaire, DASS 21, and hemispheric dominance inventory scores. The materials that we have used are millet consumption and dietary habits questionnaire, DASS 21, hemispheric dominance inventory, consent form and demographic details. The sample that we have taken, the data we have collected from 205 participants were gathered, and this included 200 participants aged 18 to 25 years from Karnataka, and we have selected through random sampling. The inclusion criteria required for the participants is to have no dietary restrictions or known allergies. The data collection was conducted online through Google Forms and offline visits across Karnataka. Data were analyzed using SPSS 26, employing correlation and ANOVA. Thank you.
I'll continue with results and discussion and then conclusion. So next slide. In results and discussion, we had two hypotheses. The hypothesis 1 discussed about the correlation between all 4 variables. The hypothesis 2 discusses about whether there is significant difference of means within hemisphere dominance and millets. So according to our study, hypothesis 1 was proved with scores of minus 0.344, which is a negative correlation with depression, R equals to minus 0.315, which is a negative correlation with anxiety, and R equals to minus 0.306, which is a negative correlation with stress. These findings suggest that individuals who consume more millet experience lower levels of psychological distress. Thus, H1 is strongly supported. For H2, we have seen that there is the p-value is 0.045, which is less than 0.05 level, thus proving our fact that there is some relationship between consumption of millets and hemispheric dominance. But our study was limited to some time constants, so we couldn't discuss more about what kind of relationship exists between left hemisphere, right hemisphere, and millets. So one more information we got to know was the average frequency of millet consumption was around 100 to 200 grams, and the mean serving size was 1 to 2 meals a week. This means that, and in case of hemisphere dominance, it means that there is some form of connection between how often individual consumes millets and their hemispheric dominance. Alternatively, it is possible that individuals with a particular hemisphere dominance, example, that there are more right brain dominant associated with creativity and emotional processing, may naturally gravitate towards healthier nutrition, rich diet, and including millet. So we can conclude that this study provides strong evidence supporting hypothesis 1, showing that millet consumption significantly correlates with lower mood disorder severity. The findings also support H2, suggesting a significant relationship between millet consumption and hemispheric dominance, although further research is needed to clarify the nature of the relationship. These results highlight the potential mental health benefits of millet consumption and open new avenues for exploring the cognitive effects of diet-based therapy, including millets. That's all for the presentation. Thank you.
The stage is open for discussion.
So you said random sampling, right?
Yes.
How did you randomize?
We had, for immediate sampling, we had an age category of 18 to 25 years. And we went to different colleges, and in which we got students from...
Method of randomization in your study. Method of randomization. Randomized study means?
A simple random sampling we did.
What do you mean by simple randomization?
It's like the probability of everyone to be included in the study is same. So...
No. If you have followed any of the randomization process or method, that will be better, I think.
We used Google Forms and just, I get the question. It's simple random sampling and the method is simple.
If you are including everybody without any criteria being used for the selection, then it is called by some other name.
Without criteria?
If you are not using any criteria to choose a sample and
it's included.
It is just to include everybody in the study. It is being called by some other name.
Purposive sampling. Yeah. It was actually in limitations. We purposefully got the data from 18 to 25 years because of time constants and our limitations in the study.
All right. So you have selected 200 participants, probably based on a purpose where you have examined that. In a week, they have to take millet at least twice.
It was evident from the statistics.
That was a criteria while selecting the candidates?
No, the inclusion criteria was anyone who didn't have allergy. Can you go back to methodology part? In methodology, the questionnaires that we use, dietary questionnaire, the third point, evaluates frequency and quality of millets. It's a questionnaire we developed with pilot study from the adaptation of NAHAC food intake questionnaire. Using that, we got to know about that.
Okay. So is it any like gender description can you give?
Right now we have...
Because it's 18 to 25 and the sample size was 200.
The total data we got was 212. So with inclusion criteria away from allergies, it was 200 data. And from that, we got around 120 females and rest males, 80 males.
Have you done any comparative study? Because at times mood also can be an description based on the gender too.
We thought of doing it, but this is like a preliminary study. Thank you.
Is there any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you. The next presenter is Mr. Ivan Bose, presenting comparative nutritional profiles on millets and their impact on mental health, a review of evidence and implications for clinical practice.
Once again, thank you everyone. Thank you judges. This is a literature paper I have prepared based upon 22 studies I have observed. Go back to introduction. So, millets is one of the versatile small-grained cereals that have gained popularity for their rich nutritional content and healing properties. With a diverse range of essential nutrients and phytochemicals such as flavonoids and phonolytics, millets not only provide substantial nourishment but also offer therapeutic benefits through their antioxidant properties. The objective of my study is to review the impact of millet consumption on mood disorders and cognitive functions and assess its potential as therapeutic intervention. One way to include it in diet-based psychotherapy, CBT, and all other invasive mode of healing techniques. So, in importance of nutritional profiles of mental health. Previous one. Okay, I think one slide is missing right now. I'll be discussing a small overview of millet varieties. So major millets include pearl millet, which is often known as bajra, sorghum, which is also known as jowar, finger millet, madua, and some which are staple foods found in various regions globally for centuries. Finger millet or ragi is an annual grass that offers numerous health benefits due to its immersive nutritional profile. And the common processing methods are milling and malting. Millets is often hailed as superfoods. They are gluten-free and packed with essential vitamins, fiber, proteins, and minerals crucial for overall well-being. Next slide. I'll be discussing the nutritional composition of different millets. Millets are categorized into major. Under major, sorghum, pearl millet, and finger millet, and minor varieties, which includes foxtail, little millet, kodo millet, proso millet, brown top millet, fonio, teff, and barnyard millet. And they are celebrated for the exceptional nutritional profiles that positively influence human health. In macronutrients, millets have carbohydrate, proteins, and fats. In carbohydrates, millets are recognized for their high content, comprising approximately 65 to 75% of their nutritional profile, and offer around 320 to 370 kilocalories of energy per 100 grams of consumption. They have a high amount of non-starchy polysaccharides and diet fiber compared to common cereals like rice, wheat, and maize. Starch influences digestion and glycemic response. It consists of amylose, amylopectin, dietary fibers, and lower levels of free sugars such as glucose and sucrose. In proteins, the millet has protein content of 6 to 13%. Proteins are crucial for cellular repair and neurotransmitter synthesis. And proso millet and foxtail millet are the richest sources. And they play a significant plant-based protein option for those on vegetarian or vegan diets. Several processing techniques for proteins are dehulling, milling, malting, soaking, heating, germination, and fermentation. Next will be fats. The content is 2 to 8%. Lipids are essential in millets, providing energy, supporting brain development, and aiding vitamin absorption and their content. Roasting is a method which results in higher fat compared to pressure cooking, germination, and boiling. millets also contain moderate amounts of fats, with pearl millet recognized as one of the richest sources, often known as bajra. The fats primarily consists of unsaturated fatty acids such as linoleic acid and oleic acid, enhancing the nutritional value and health benefits of millets. The micronutrients include vitamins and minerals. In vitamins, we'll be discussing about vitamin C and vitamin B complex, which are the most important. Finger millet is a prominent source of vitamin B complex, including thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, and folic acid. These vitamins are essential for overall health and well-being. Additionally, vitamin C and vitamin E, present in ragi flour, support immune health and provide benefits for skin and hair. In minerals, we have calcium, iron, magnesium, and zinc. Calcium is vital for bone health and cellular function. Iron is essential for oxygen transport and cognitive function. Magnesium is important for mood regulation and stress management. And zinc supports immune function and cellular repairs. Next slide. Next slide. Here I have discussed percentage-wise different micro and micronutrient contents of around 12 types of millets. Next. Impact of millet consumption on mood disorders. In mood disorder, most often disorders which are considered in mood disorders are depression and anxiety. So in depression, tryptophan content in millets are linked to depression and anxiety. It has been evident from studies. Magnesium has shown improvement in mood and reduced depressive symptoms, and significant improvement in depression scores with supplementation as a part of a complementary diet. In anxiety, it's a common mental health issue that significantly affects an individual's quality of life. Research indicates that disrupted glutaminergic neurotransmission may influence anxiety and depression, highlighting the role of nutrients like magnesium in reducing mild anxiety symptoms. One more important point to note is the gut-brain axis. Millets, recognized for its high fiber content and richness in magnesium, may also affect mood and behavior through their interaction with the gut-brain axis. Next slide. It also affects our memory and concentration. Two prominent polyphenols are thiamine, which is a part of vitamin B1, and second is polyphenols. There are around 3 types of polyphenols. One of them is important is 3-deoxyanthocyanidins, which is found in sorghum grain extracts, and they have been implemented in healing in Alzheimer's as well as Parkinson's and other cognitive disorders, neurodegenerative disorders. It also helps in concentration. The antioxidative property in millets is significantly improving the concentration ability in. Okay, I'll conclude this with saying, last one. I'll conclude this saying, millets provide a rich nutritional profile with potential benefits for mood disorder, cognitive functions, and overall psychological well-being. And it is implicated that integrating millets into dietary practices may offer valuable support for mental health and cognitive function. Future research is needed to explore mechanisms and optimize millet-based interventions for mental health. Thank you.
The stage is open for discussion.
If you could have included some of the statistics related with the papers which you have cited, that could have been better.
The statistics?
Some statistics which are being told in your cited papers. That could have been better, because you could have conclusive about whatever is being stated in your papers.
The first one?
Already you have cited many papers, right? So some of the statistical representation related with the findings in the cited paper could have been better.
Ma'am, I have mentioned already once. Can you go back to the individual properties? Back. purpose. Ma'am, next slide. Ma'am, I have included in for specific millet the contents. These are the compilation from various slides.
No, madam is telling you could have presented that particular paper outline. Probably you are mentioning one particular millet and quoted some studies there and the percentage of millet benefited in some of the mental health. So madam is telling the result, what they have done in their research.
Okay, yeah,
That
we could have included
analysis would be better. And even as you said, 22 studies you have collected, right? Can you elaborate of and what the year stretch from when the studies you started collecting, or is it in Western studies, Indian studies? That elaboration we are curious.
Yes.
And one more question is, when you go with meta-analysis or maybe review analysis, research review analysis, you should have some, as a researcher, you should have a research question, what exactly you are going to study and what exactly your hypothesis. And later, from reviewing so many research, I have come to this conclusion, or I have found these things. If that would be more of a scientific way. Otherwise, it is just you are presenting 22 studies and you are highlighting which millet they have studied in their research. So that's one thing. If you have anything to quote on these things, I think you justify.
The time stretch is from 1999 to 2023. The recent paper was from S. Kanchana. It was done in 2023. It's a review paper. So that's the recent one. And I had plan of saying all the points, whatever we have found, the limitations from the previous studies. But in the paper we have mentioned, but because of the time constraints, I could conclude it only.
But you got our point. What
Yes, ma'am.
exactly we expect. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. The next presenter are Ms. Rashmi and Mr. Shreyas presenting on millets and millet-based food products in gut health and mental well-being, a run-through.
Good evening to one and all present here. We are here to present a paper on the topic millets and millet-based food products in gut health and mental well-being, a run-through. So, beginning with the introduction, millets are the small proteinaceous grain which are found in many parts of the world such as Asia, Africa, etc. In India, it is found in many states such as Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and many more. Role of millet in digestion. Millets have a load of positive impact on digestion as they are rich in fiber as well as they are rich in protein. It helps to regulate the bowel movements and also it prevents constipation. Then role of digestion and mental health. Role of digestion and mental health are correlated. Here there is a close relationship between the brain and the gastrointestinal tract, and it is also often called as second brain because it is mainly composed of the enteric nervous system. So here in enteric nervous system there will be a lot of bacteria found, might be like lactobacillus or many other bacteria. So these bacteria will influence the production of the chemical substances. These chemical substances constantly carry the messages from the gut to the brain and brain to the gut. So a well-balanced diet will promote the growth of good bacteria, and these bacteria will help in a healthy digestion. Gastrointestinal disorders causes the imbalance in the gut microbiome which can negatively impact the mental health. So the next presentation will be carried by Rashmi.
Coming to the review of literature, Smith published a work which highlighted the positive correlation between high fiber intake and well-being. Siddiq and Prakash showed the positive impacts that whole grain nutrition, particularly millets, can have on human health. Zhang et al. In the year 2016 did a study which showed the relationship between chronic digestive diseases and depression and anxiety. Ambati and Sucharita did a nutritional profile which highlighted the health benefits of millets when it comes to traditional diet. Rotella et al., Rial and Taft, and Baca et al. In the year 2021 did various studies which showcase the benefits of millets in maintaining blood sugar and cholesterol levels and the rate of mental health, poor mental health present in people who are suffering from chronic digestive disorders. Kumar et al. In the year 2022 studied the role of millets in disease prevention and health promotion. Shirahati et al. In the year 2022 did a study which showed how aware people are when it comes to millets and millets-based products, especially in the pandemic. And lastly, Biradar et al. Did a profile on the nutritional, culinary, and agronomic importance of millets. Coming to the present findings, we did a compilation of different types of millets and their impact on digestion. The first one is sorghum. Sorghum increases the digestion time and reduces carbohydrate absorption while also managing constipation, IBS, and obesity. Pearl millet helps cure stomach ulcers and it also has high fiber content. So it takes longer to move from stomach to the intestine, which can reduce appetite, and it also helps in preventing gallstones. Finger millet helps in the prevention of colon cancer, pacing the mobility of intestinal contents, increasing fecal bulk, and it also very easily digestible. So it helps reduce appetite and manage obesity. Fourth is brown top millet, which helps in the prevention of gastric ulcers and colon cancer. Fifth is barnyard millet, which helps maintain bowel movements and thus eliminates constipation, acidity, bloating, and stomach cramps. Sixth is proso millet, which is easily digestible. It supports bowel movements as well as preventing constipation. Next is kodo millet, which nurtures healthy gut microbiome while also being easily digestible and preventing constipation. Next, we have foxtail millet, which helps in maintaining healthy gut microbiome. It also acts as a prebiotic, so it feeds the beneficial gut bacteria which are present in the gut and also reduces inflammation and oxidative stress in the digestive tract. Next, we have a special category called as pseudo millets. So they're not a true member of the grass family or the Poaceae family, but they are nutritionally similar and are used in the same way that typical true cereal grains are used. So it also functions in the same way that typical cereals, especially millets, do, and it helps in improving gut health, digestion, and other functions which are there. So example would be buckwheat and amaranth. To conclude, millets are a gluten-free option for people who have celiac disease and such, and it is high in protein and fiber, which helps in proper digestion and promoting gut health, and it also impacts the mental health, so it can reduce the impact which gastrointestinal disorders can have on the mental health. Even though there are data available right now, there is still further scope for further exploration in the future. Thank you.
The stage is open for discussion.
You have compiled the effects of different millets. Are there any more? Did you leave anything?
There are many more millets are available, but only
these are being studied.
These are being studied, and these are again more importance in the financial market as well as in the marketing strategy. And we have included the 9th category, that is pseudo millet. It is very much naked. It is very much small. So we have added a special category. So it resembles all the qualities of the millet, and it has the role to play in the gut health and mental health also.
Yes. Good. So as in your paper, I think you have presented all the benefits or how it will enhance our health, digestive system, and all those things. I'm just wanted to know what are the precautions they have to take, the people they have to take when they are taking millets or millet-based products. What are the precautions?
So millets mainly, since we mentioned that it is high in fiber, it can go both ways. So if your stomach is okay with dealing with fiber content, if you're taking it in moderation, then it is fine. But if you take it in excess, it can lead to diarrhea, excess fecal production and stuff like that, and it can lead to bad consequences to your digestive health also. And along with that, people with thyroid should take care of before consuming millets, because it can also lead to bad consequences. So millets is good as far as it is in moderation. So if you exceed the moderation, it can lead to bad impacts as well.
Right. So probably I think you can quote some of the research related to what are the negative consequences will be there if you are going fully with millet diet. Okay, but nice paper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Ms. Tejaswini, presenting on evaluating the effectiveness of millet promotion program in combating malnutrition.
Good afternoon to everyone. Today I am going to discuss with the topic evaluating the effectiveness of millet promotion programs in combating malnutrition. Our first author is Dr. Atul Semita, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, SDM PG College Ujire, and I, Tejaswini Kotian, I am studying in second year MSW, specialization is HR, SDM PG College Ujire. Malnutrition, we all know that malnutrition is a nutrient deficiency. So malnutrition remains a significant problem in low-income countries. It's millets. From the morning we are hearing that millets are rich in fibers, nutrients, vitamins, etc. So millets are nutrient rich. It is a climate resilient grain that could combat malnutrition effectively. Our study focuses evaluating millet promotion programs and their impact on nutrition. Our objectives are to assess nutritional outcomes, impact of millet programs on stunning wasting, underweight rates and dietary diversity, to evaluate sustainability and scalability, long-term sustainability and scalability in local and regional contexts. Yes, as I told from the morning, we are hearing that millets are high in amino acids, fibers, vitamins and minerals. Health outcomes of millets is significantly improvements in children's growth, height, weight and body measurements. Therapeutic benefits like antioxidant properties, managing anemia and reducing risk of diabetes. Here I took two case studies. Odisha Millet Mission in India, increases in millet production and consumption, value chain improvements from the production to consumer. The value chain has improved, and IFAD NUS project boosted yields by 40 to 60% with participatory seed production and improved farming practices. So mechanism of improvements, dietary substitution, replacing rice with millet has shown significant growth improvements in undernourished populations. Micronutrient intake, increased intake of iron, zinc and calcium from millet-based diets, and metabolic health, potential to reduce diabetes, obesity and cardiovascular diseases. So challenges in millet promotion, barriers to adoption, lack of consumer awareness, limited government support and infrastructure, market access and low demand, need for research, more investment in high-yielding varieties and better market linkages. So now study the article and the review ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ some of the policy implications are government role, incentives millet productions like other cereals, educational programs, promote millet-based diet, nutrition education in schools and communities, market development, establish value chain for better access and consumption. So conclusion, positive impact, millet promotion programs improve nutritional outcomes, especially in undernourished populations. Scalability, effective when adapted to local conditions but requires careful planning. Future prospects, need for more research, policy support and community engagement to maximize impact. So now community level ge think ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ like malnutrition ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣುವಂಥ ಅಂದರೆ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಔಟ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಫುಲ್ ಅಂತ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Now the stage is open for discussion.
So you have told about malnourishment.
Yes, ma'am.
And you focused on undernourished.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Is there any chance that even after having proper nourishment, person will suffer from malnutrition?
Sorry, ma'am.
Even after having proper nutrition, the person will have malnutrition?
No, ma'am. ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಈಗ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆ ಲೈಕ್ ಸಮ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಕಾಣ್ಬೋದು ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್.
You are supplying the nourishment properly to the body, but is there any chance that person will suffer from malnutrition? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಯೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಓಕೆ, ಆದರೆ ಪರ್ಸನಿಗೆ ದಟ್ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮಾಲ್ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್? ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆದರೆ ಸಾಕಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ 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 ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ನಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ.
ಸಿ every individual is different. His absorption power, his assimilation power is different.
Yes, ma'am.
So even after providing proper nutrition, nutritious food,
okay,
person may have malnutrition.
Okay.
Alva?
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes.
All right. So do you know when we or the year of millet? Do you know the international year of millet?
No, ma'am.
Because it is on promoting millets, right?
Yes,
as a researcher, you should know. 2023 is declared as an year of millet.
Yes, ma'am.
And probably I think if you go with the objectives and the vision, I think you will come up with a better understanding of why the millet promotion is required and all those things.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Thank you.
The next presenter is Snehank and Ms. Sanjana Bharadwaj, presenting nutritional value of millets and their impact on cognition, a comprehensive review.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sanjana Bharadwaj, and this is my co-author Snehank Koijam. We are presenting our paper, Nutritional Value of Millets and Their Impact on Cognition, a comprehensive review. The slides. Should I just go on without the... Okay. The next slide, please. Yeah, so our main objective of the study is to profile the vitamins and minerals found in the millets that help cognition and brain health, focusing on millets majorly found in India. Moving to the overview. I will be doing the introduction, problem, literary review, methodology, and conclusion, while Snehank will be speaking on the cognitive outcomes associated with millets consumption and discussion. Introduction. We have focused on millets only found in India: little millet, pearl millet, finger millet, proso millet, kodo millet, and barnyard millet. We are focusing on minerals and nutrients, vitamins, which have impact on cognition and help in reducing the risk in cognitive degeneration. Although vitamin D, E, C, and choline have been known to help brain health, they are not found in these millets found in India, at least in a substantial level. So the next slide, please. The problem found is there's a prevalence of nutritional deficiencies in the younger Indians, with 35% of children suffering from anemia and 21% having vitamin deficiencies. The first problem is linked with nutrition and cognition. Poor dietary intake like magnesium, zinc, and B vitamin deficiencies are linked with cognitive decline, and deficiencies in nutrients can lead to poor memory, cognition, difficulty in learning, and an increased risk in dementia and Alzheimer's disease. So we have three major, next slide please. Three major articles that we refer to. The nutritional components of millets, which speak on all the glycemic index, antioxidants, and nutrients. Then the second one is antioxidants and cognitive function, which speaks on how antioxidants are helpful in reducing oxidative stress. Vitamin B, B vitamins and cognition, which speaks on a reduction of homocysteine levels, which is a leading risk factor for dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Methodology, we have gone through nutritional benefits of millets, where we have reviewed the micronutrient profiles and impact on overall health. Cognitive outcomes, which speaks on the assessment of cognitive functions related to millet consumption, comparison with other dietary intervention. Discussion is on daily nutrient requirement for humans and vitamin needs and millet contribution. So before we go through the cognitive outcomes, I will give a brief on the level of nutrients and vitamins found in the millets that we have studied on. Magnesium has, magnesium in pearl millet and finger millet have 137 to 201 milligram, which is around 40 to 60% of our daily requirement. It is known for, magnesium is known for its key role in brain plasticity, and it helps with memory and learning. Vitamin B complexes, all B1 to B6 are found in proso millet, B2, B3, and B6 in pearl millet, B5 is found in foxtail millet, and B1 is found in finger millet. Zinc, which helps in improving cognitive function, specifically attention and memory, is found from 3 mg to 3.7 mg in little millet, barnyard millet, and pearl millet. Antioxidants, which help in reducing risk of cognitive impairment and reducing oxidative stress. Specifically, flavonoids, phenolic acid, and polyphenols are found in pearl millet, little millet, and barnyard millet. Barnyard millet also contains tocopherols and phenolic acid. Omega-3 fatty acids, however, are not found in a high level. They are negligible almost in most of the millet, except for pearl millet, which has DHA and EPA abundantly found. My co-author Snehank will continue with the cognitive outcomes now.
Cognitive outcomes associated with millet consumption. Millets are found to have several benefits, such as cardiovascular health, diabetes and mellitus, alimentary tract disorder, and malnutrition, as millets are high in fiber and have high nutritional value, and most important also, they are rich in lecithin, which is a compound found in our nervous system. Studies have found that vitamin B enhances neurogenesis, the process in which the cells are produced by our stem cells, the nutrients and cognitive functions. Antioxidants, research suggests that diet rich in antioxidants reduce the risk of cognitive impairment and improve overall cognitive performance. The study conducted by J.W. Jama, L.J. Lohner, and J.C.M. Whiteman on impact of antioxidants, zinc, and copper on cognition in the elderly speaks on the impact of antioxidants, zinc, and copper on the cognition of the elderly. Antioxidants such as vitamin C are known to neutralize oxidative stress. And the role of magnesium in cognitive function. Magnesium plays a role in brain plasticity, which is essential for learning and memory. Studies have linked higher magnesium intake to a reduced risk of cognitive decline and dementia. Magnesium is involved in numerous enzymatic reactions in the brain and supports synaptic function, which is critical for learning and memory. Vitamin Bs. So the V vitamins B6, B12, and folic acid in particular are essential for brain function. These vitamins have a role in the metabolism of homocysteine, a substance associated with cognitive deterioration and elevated risk of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Okay, moving on. This discussion focuses on comparing the daily human nutritional requirements with the consumption of antioxidants, omega-3 fatty acids, magnesium, zinc, and B vitamins in different millet varieties. Sanjana will deliver the conclusion.
Coming to the conclusion, we have the pearl millet, which has high magnesium, zinc, and antioxidant and omega-3 fatty acids. Then finger millet, which is rich in magnesium and antioxidants, but low in vitamin levels. Little millet that contains zinc and antioxidants. Kodo millet and barnyard millet have high antioxidant level and good magnesium and zinc levels. And we've also found that so a diverse diet is helpful, which includes millets, but they do not meet all the dietary requirements, daily dietary requirements. So we can include millets to increase our intake requirement, but then they singularly do not have enough requirements. Thank you very much.
The stage is open for discussion.
So your slides show that the millets are rich in magnesium, zinc. So in the deficiency of magnesium, zinc, we can have cognitive disorders. Is there any other way it is possible? High magnesium and zinc can cause cognitive deterioration. Is it possible?
I think high level of most of the things is not good, but we did not find any articles on it. We did not search for articles which have high levels of any of these vitamins, so it was not included in
articles are available.
Yes.
All right. So a good number of research you have quoted here with all benefits and even their findings. But at times I feel I'm just concerned, like how fair to generalize it to everyone when we don't know the participants of their research. And how to come to a conclusion that yes, they have done this research and they have come up with this result and that can be accepted. Probably we have to look into the sample to whom they have administered or maybe studied. Probably based on that, I think it will be fair to generalize. So what do you say on this?
I agree, ma'am. And some of the studies, especially antioxidants and zinc, they were majorly found in elderly or in women, where zinc and antioxidants were helpful, while others were found in elderly people. Yes. Okay. Thank you
you,
very
ma'am.
much.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Dr. Nanjesh Gowda Hetchen. Presenting millets are one of the cornerstones of brain health.
Good evening, everyone. Before starting my presentation, I wanted to tell a small story why I choose the topic called as a millet as the cornerstone of brain health. Because whenever we are doing a consultation, our sons will be telling, sir, my father is the age of 55, but still he developed a dementia. And whenever ask the history of those patients, and he is eating the millet since from 20 to 30 years. So then why people are getting dementia or Alzheimer's with related, even though they are in complete of millets. The one I thought, and then I did a research, or then I did a literature review telling that there is a difference between bioavailability and bioaccessibility. So we need to identify those bioavailability and we should make the bioaccessibility first. So if you didn't make the bioaccessibility first, you can't able to do a proper bioavailability. So that's how I started doing a literature review. So this is not a clinical trial. I have just read how exactly millets are helpful in managing the brain health disease. Next slide, please. Next. So then millets are the, next slide, please. So millets are like a small grain multi-purpose nutricereals. Why exactly they call nutricereals are? Because they are very rich in nutraceuticals, but we are failed to absorb, or we are failed to access their nutrients. That's why we are developing n number of other metabolic disorders and neuronal degenerative disorders. Next, please. So then when we come to the history, so we are not using the millets since from past 5 to 10 years. We are using since from our Indus Valley civilization. From there also they are using millets. But still why we got neuronal degenerative disorders, as I told, in terms of production also, in terms of accessibility also. Next, please. So in Ayurveda, we call it as, we tell foxtail meat is one of the best among millets. And along with that, kodo millet is also one of the important millet in treating many of the disorders. But if you ask, for example, if you take any nutrition consultation, they will tell, sir, I am eating millets every day. But if you ask the history of millets, you will be taking only ragi. Except ragi, he doesn't know any of the millets. But in the references, we have seen other than ragi, we have n number of nutritional rich millets are there. So that's why we need to assess, we need to educate the patient first. So then only we can prevent the neuronal degenerative disorders. Next, please. Next, please. So these are the commonly grown millets in India. Next, please. So when it comes to nutritional values, so we have, if you take, for example, basically I am from Mandya. So in a week, in my home, they will consume ragi ball in every day. For example, for their breakfast, they will consume ragi only. But if you see the calcium level, it is rich. But why the people are getting, every people are getting osteoporosis, why they are getting calcium deficient? Because the processing is deferred and they don't know about other millets. So when it comes to the fiber also, other than ragi, our proso millet is rich in fiber, rich in protein. Then when it comes to the iron, our barnyard millet is rich in iron. So whatever we should educate the people is, other than ragi, there are some other millets which we can access and which we can educate the patient to take to avoid the future neuronal degeneration. Next, please. Next, please. And this is statistics from Ministry of Agriculture 2020. So if you see the statistics of the millet production, it was gradually decreasing. But if you see the marketing, when it comes to the advertisement, there are n number of advertisements regarding millets. But still the production is different. Why? Because we the people where we are expected to put more money and which will get immediate results. But we are not in the sense where we are not spending n number of money where we can prevent the disease. That's why we have to increase the production. I will tell you why. Because when it comes to the evidence-based society, everyone will prefer systematic and meta-analysis are the prime stage of research. But why they are not doing research on other millets? Because everyone can't access the millets. So next. So when it comes to now I spoke about millets. So how exactly we can improve the nutrition accessibilities through germination and fermenting. Next, please. Next. Next, please. Next. So when it comes to the previous one, Alzheimer's disease, one of the leading neurodegenerative disorders, we'll tell there is something called beta amyloid protein, which will be deposited in the small vessel, which will causing dementia or decreased blood flow. So whenever the patient came with Alzheimer's, we can't give millet. So whatever the education we have to give is how we have to prevent the Alzheimer's is by taking pearl millet. So next, please. And when it comes to the all the other millets, so I'm not see in a whole slide we couldn't find any ragi. Other than ragi, we are getting a number of results. So foxtail millets are rich in anthocyanin. And when it comes to the blood-brain barrier, there are very few polyphenols and very few nutrients or composition which can able to cross the blood-brain barrier. Among that, anthocyanin is one of the polyphenol which is present in foxtail, which can cross the blood-brain barrier and it helps to improve the neuronal health. Next, please. And when it comes to the tryptophan, I think even everyone has spoken about tryptophan, how exactly it will improve sleep, because it is needed amino acids for the production of melatonin, so it will induce sleep. Next, please. And when it comes to the Parkinson's disease, so Parkinson's is one of the degenerative disease of the substantia nigra. So why exactly Parkinson's will cause this? Because whatever the antioxidant we are taking, we are eating every fruit, but still why we are getting Parkinson's? Because there is a decreased crossing of blood-brain barrier and decreased accessibility of anthocyanins. So that's why foxtail millet has the ability to cross the blood-brain barrier and it will help to decrease the degeneration. Next, please. Next, last one. So how I can conclude my study, and this is just a narrative review I have quoted, and I will conclude by telling, remove the tomato effect towards millet for the better health, better brain health. Everyone are thinking why I quoted tomato effects, but previously 100 and 150 years back, tomato was the least used vegetable in the society because that was grown in garbage. So whenever everyone got to know the importance of the tomato and their phytochemical called lycopene, now extensively they are extracting the tomato and they are giving as a supplement. That's why don't leave the millets other than ragi. So please use all the millets and remove the tomato effect. Thank you.
The stage is open for discussion.
So far, is there any study which says that this percentage of this particular millet will be helpful in the food we consume?
Actually, most commonly, most studies are preclinical studies, ma'am. Because everyone have thought that ragi is the final one millet. If we get a ragi, we don't want other ragi. That's why the production companies are not at all interested. But when we are looking to the preclinical studies and their phytochemical contents, I think foxtail millet can be considered as one of the best millet for the neuronal degeneration. It was quoted in Ayurveda also, and even in Garuda Purana also regarding kodo millet. So, what was the least research? And if you search in any PubMed or Google, hardly we will get preclinical, so 1 or 2. So you won't get any other paper, even though if you have a proper traditional history also.
So like multigrain flour, we should have multi-millet flour.
I think I won't suggest for flour, ma'am, because when we see the processing of the millets, so I have shown a table where exactly they have, in that paper, they have clearly stated that how exactly each processing is different. See, when we make into the flour, their nutritional value will get altered. So I can suggest two processing is, one is germinating and one is fermenting. Soaked one.
Soaking.
Yes, ma'am. And soaking is very useful to remove oxalate because millets are rich in oxalate. So we can avoid the renal stone.
Since you're a doctor, my question to you is, can millets and nuts be mixed together? Because these days health mixes are coming with nut mixtures, increasing the diabetes among the patients, which I have seen so far. So can it be mixed or should be taken separately?
I think it should be taken separately, because as we see the positive phase of millets, because millets are rich in phytates and oxalates, because those we call it as anti-nutrients that will block the absorption of zinc and selenium, because nuts are rich in zinc and selenium. So that are more useful for our thyroid function and all brain activity. So if you mix the millets without processing or without using any germination or any fermenting, that will decrease the absorption of zinc and selenium of nuts.
All right. So I want to know how you can remove tomato effect of millet.
By first of all thing is we should educate the patient. So once the demand is increased from the patient level, obviously the company people will
Right. The
towards
first
the
one is
production.
education.
Yes,
Then only educating.
first thing is to educate, so then obviously demand will increase. As the demand will increase, company will come up for the production. As the production come up, now the present era will ask for evidence. So when the evidence comes, all the multinational company will start doing funding. So then the evidence will come up, and later will come to the dose, how much we should give, and how we can product, how we can marketing the present. So that's how we can remove the tomato effect towards millet.
Correct. So lot of research probably to reach a common people also it's required.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you. The next presenter is Ms. Aishwarya B. Kumbar and Ms. Shobha S. presenting Exploring Millet Knowledge among students from different educational streams at STM Autonomous College, Ujire.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here. I'm Aishwarya BK and my co-author Ms. Shobha S. We are from the Department of Home Science and we are here to present a paper, and the title is Exploring the Millets Knowledge Among Students from Different Educational Streams at SDM Autonomous College, Ujire. As we know, the millets are small grains and these can be grown in dry and semi-dry regions. And the types of millets are bajra, little millet, pearl millet, finger millet, foxtail millet, and these requires very less water. And as we know, and the daily consumable grains like rice and wheat which we consume, than them, the millets have very nutritionally rich, and they have and they are rich in fiber, and they also have essential amino acids, and they also have vital nutrients like iron, calcium, and magnesium. For example, ragi, which is very rich in calcium, and the recent study which is studied that showed that these millets can help in combating the climate change, and they also play a very important role in food security. By using millets, we can prevent the lifestyle diseases like obesity and diabetes. Since the millets are very low in glycemic index, they have a low glycemic index, and they are rich in high antioxidant content.
Objectives of our study: to assess the basic knowledge of millets among students of different stream, and to know gender-based preferential millets knowledge among students. Limitation: the study is restricted to STM Autonomous College, Ujire of Dakshin Kannada district of Karnataka. The study is limited to the sample size of 100 students. The total sample size of 100 students taken for study. Each educational streams, 25 students were taken by stratified sampling method. 40 samples we have taken for a pilot study. And the review of literature: Shanti et al. Conducted a study in the year 2023 in Mumbai city for 400 families to know the knowledge, awareness, and practices of millets usage among low and high socio-economic status households. They followed a questionnaire method, and they found the significant association between the age, knowledge, where females had more knowledge about the millets. And Prashanti and Sirisha in the year 2022 conducted a study in various regions in the state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana with various groups having a sample size of 105. The study mainly focused on knowledge, attitude, and practice of millets by following questionnaire method. The result concluded that 80% of individuals belong to age group 15 to 25 years have greater knowledge, attitude, and practices of millets. Mehta and Tataway in the year 2024 conducted a study with 50 girl students of Magad Mahila College, Patna, by following purposive sampling method, interview method followed by using self-prepared questionnaire. It concluded as very less respondents, like girls who were health conscious consume millets, and maximum were lacking in knowledge about millets. Conceptual framework of the study.
students' knowledge in the different stream like arts, commerce, science and other streams. We collected the data to know about the basic knowledge of millets and the plan of work with methods, demographic profile and questionnaire were used, and knowledge about millets, checklist and multiple answer selective questionnaire method were used. Content validity.
The content which we prepared, to validate the content, we selected 5 experts from SDM College, Ujire, to judge our content. And for our tools to be reliable, we mostly have a checklist. For the checklist to be validated, that we gave her 2 marks for S answers, and for no answers we have distributed 1 marks. And for the test statistics, we made a chi-square test, and to test a hypothesis. And to calculate these chi-squares, we use a SPSS software with a version 2022. And our hypothesis of these studies were the gender and the knowledge had a significant relationship or not. And the second one is whether the educational stream and the relationship with the knowledge, there were any relationship or not. That was another hypothesis. And the result of this chi-square test was, since our p-values was more than 0.05, so we accepted a null hypothesis, so that concluding that our statistical results was significant. So which implies that the gender and the knowledge has no significant relationship, and the educational stream and the knowledge also has a no significant relationship. This was our final conclusion of the hypothesis.
Results and discussion. In the view of old study, it concluded that majority of the students were familiar with millets and have eaten it. Major millets consumed by students is ragi, finger millet, and preferred consuming monthly basis than daily or regular basis. Students are much interested in learning about nutritional benefits of millets. Very few students disagreed for the availability concerns. Majority preferred millets to be consumed as both malt and dishes. Further recommendation, the same type of research can be done in other cities and villages of other states of India to know the awareness and knowledge level of respondents and take further steps ahead. A study on millet-based recipe can be more useful and helpful. Research on millet knowledge assessment should be promoted among higher educational institutes. Awareness campaign and hands-on workshop would be very helpful. References. Thank you.
The stage is open for discussion.
So as per your suggestion for the future studies, you said that many recipes can be made popular among the students, especially because you have taken the students for your study.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there any effort from your home science department likewise?
Yes, ma'am. So this September week we are celebrating Nutritional Week. We actually plan to have some demonstration on millets. Using millets, preparing different recipes.
Many times, the millets are not being entertained.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we need to go through different processes like soaking, then churning, all those things, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So here, if anything is there which is ready to eat, that will be more beneficial.
Ma'am,
right?
even in
More
the city I
receptive.
have seen ready-to-eat items not yet come into the market. So we have millets bread, cookies, and in a city one outlet they are preparing millet gobi manchuri and millet juice and millet dosa and idlis. With that we can try, ma'am, in our department, like ready-to-eat recipes we can bring to the society. But my concern about the cost of those food too. Cost of compared to an Yes, common ma'am. normal food, It is little high. double. So my question is, Yes, ma'am. you have used an questionnaire, right?
Questionnaire, yes, ma'am.
May I know a little more about that? How many items were there, or it's focused on what sort of knowledge you assessed?
Yes, ma'am. It is prepared by Aishwarya madam. She will explain.
Ma'am, in this questionnaire, we first collected a demographic profiles of the students. Moreover, we mainly focused on the gender and the streams, ma'am. And the questionnaire contains 21 questions. Mainly, it was a very general questions. For example, do you know about the millets? Are you familiar with the millets? Have you ever eaten a millets? Or how often you eat a millets? For example, do you consume daily or a weekly basis or a monthly basis? Based on this result, we got to know that mostly students like to consume monthly basis than a regular basis. But preferentially, monthly basis and next preference is to the daily basis. Such questions we framed because the students should not get bored of the questions and they should enjoy the simple questions. That's why we framed a very simple questions.
Okay.
Thank
Just
you.
to assess the knowledge, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the audience?
In your questionnaire, did you mention the millet's name or just general millet?
We have mentioned, ma'am, millet's name. Few millets we have selected. Tell, ma'am.
Which millet they are more using? Only ragi?
No, ma'am. Majority of the students, they are using finger millets. And then now they know about other millets also. Kudu, baragu, bajra.
We mentioned all the millets, ma'am, but mostly the students preferred the ragi, the finger millet. Mostly they preferred the ragi.
No, that is what I wanted to know. Your generalized, the conclusion is they are aware of millet and weekly basis they are having the millet. Is it they only consider the ragi or some other millets also? In your questionnaire, if it is clearly mentioned, then you can analyze that, which millet they are using repetitively. Right.
And in our question, we had one more question, ma'am, which was like, what do you prefer more, either the malt dish or the both? And mostly the student prefer both by consuming both dish and malts by using the millets.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As we have come to an end, now I request Dr. Mahesh Babu N to present Dr. Sujata Dinesh with a token of gratitude for her exceptional leadership. The momentum is the symbol of our deepest appreciation for their invaluable contributions. Now, I request Harsha to deliver the vote of thanks.
Esteemed guests, respected speakers, and valued participants. As we wrap up this engaging session of paper presentation, I would like to take a moment to extend our gratitude to everyone who has contributed to its success. First and foremost, I want to express our sincere thanks to Chairperson Dr. Sujata KJ and Dr. Vandana Jain. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would also like to thank our faculties for their constant support and guidance. I would also like to thank all the presenters for your active participation. Your enthusiasm and curiosity drive the exchange of ideas and foster a vibrant academic environment. We also owe a debt of gratitude to the organizing committee and the support staff who have worked diligently to ensure the smooth execution of this session. Your behind-the-scenes efforts and meticulous planning have played a crucial role in making this event a success. In closing, I encourage everyone to take the insights and ideas shared today and explore new avenues for research and collaboration. Let's continue to build upon the foundation laid here and strive towards further advancements in our respective fields. Thank you once again to all who have been involved in making this session so memorable and impactful. Wishing you a continued success and inspiring in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsha. Before we adjourn, let us once again give a final round of applause to our one-day national level conference on millets and mental health.
Hello. I request everyone to occupy the front seats. Kind attention, please. I request everyone to occupy the front seats.
I request the delegates to be please seated. I request Dr. Vandana Jain to escort the guests to the dais.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. As quoted by Norm Spencer, mental health is not a destination but a process. It's about how you drive, not where you are going. Good evening to one and all present here, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and dear participants. I am Shreyas P of third year by Psychology.
I am Tejaswini of 2nd MSc Psychology.
It is our great honor to serve as the Master of Ceremony for today's Valedictory session.
What an inspiring and enriching experience it was throughout the day. We have embarked on a remarkable journey of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. Now, I take the opportunity to debrief about the National Conference on Millets and Mental Health. 400 participants had registered from places like Rajasthan, Mumbai, Tamil Nadu, Bengaluru, Shimoga, Puttur. The inauguration program started at 9:30 a.m. and the MC of the inaugural program were Ms. Janvi and Ms. Seema. The inauguration program started with divine blessings by a prayer song sung by Ms. Ananya and team. Dr. Vandana Jain, the convener of the conference, welcomed the gathering. Dr. Khadar was honored by the president of the program along with the dignitaries on the dais. Our chief guest of the program, Dr. Khadar, food and nutrition specialist, enlightened us with his remarkable words. The presidential speech was given by Dr. B.A. Kumara Hegde, principal of SDM College Ujire, where he emphasized the significance of millets and its impact on mental health. The organizing secretary of the conference, Ms. Sindhu V, delivered the vote of thanks. This marked the end of the inaugural session. The technical session began at 10:45 a.m. MC of the session was Ms. Shreya A. Our chief guest of the program, Dr. Khadar, food and nutrition specialist, had an informative and interactive session with the students. Our key speaker, Dr. Priti V. Shanbag, emphasized on mental health and its relation to millets. 4 parallel scientific sessions started at 2:30 p.m., among which 3 were offline and 1 was online. The venues for the offline sessions were as follows. Indraprastha main stage and the chairpersons were Dr. Sujata Dinesh and Dr. Vandana Jain. Seminar Hall 1, which was chaired by Dr. Rajita P. Shetty and Dr. Lakshmi Narayana KS. Seminar Hall 2 and the chairpersons were Dr. Geeta P. Shetty and Dr. Sudhir KV. And the online session, which was chaired by Dr. Suresh Babu KN and Ms. Swati B. With this, I conclude the debriefing on the national conference. And now, here we are drawing curtains to the one-day national conference.
Now, I invite Ms. Manasa Agnihotri, President of Cognitive Association, to deliver the welcome speech.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, participants and organizers, as we gather here for Valedictory program of our Millets and Mental Health Conference, I extend a warm welcome to each and everyone here. Over past few hours, we have embarked on a thought-provoking journey exploring the integrated relationship between millets and mental health. We have learned from experts, shared experiences, and built connection with like-minded individuals. Today, as we conclude this conference, we carry with us a wealth of knowledge, inspiration, and renewed commitment to prioritizing mental health. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our speakers, facilitators, and participants for their invaluable contribution. Your engagement and enthusiasm has made this conference a resounding success. I welcome the president of the event, Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, Principal, SDM College Ujire, who has shown immense support towards this conference. I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to Professor Yasin Kakutkar, Vice Principal, SDM College Ujire. Thank you for your continuous guidance and encouragement, sir. I welcome you to this program. I also welcome Dr. Vandana Jain, HOD and convener of the conference, to this program. I extend my welcome to Ms. Sindhu, organizing secretary of the conference, to this program. A warm welcome to Ms. Alisha, President of Peace Association. I respectfully welcome all the faculties from UG and PG departments. I also welcome all the delegates, participants, and student coordinators to the program. As we bid a farewell, let's remember the key takeaways from this conference and strive to integrate millets into our diet for improved mental health, foster a supportive community, and prioritize well-being, continue the conversation, and raise awareness about mental health. Thank you once again for being part of this enriching experience. Let us depart with a renewed hope, determination, and a commitment of nurturing our mental well-being. Thank you.
I request Ms. Manasa Agnihotri to welcome the President of the program, Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, Principal of STM College, Ujire, with a bookmark. Thank you, Ms. Manasa.
I request Ms. Alisha P. Joy, President of Peace Association, to welcome Professor S.N. Kakatkar, Vice Principal of SDM College, Ujire, with a bookmark. Thank you, Ms. Alisha.
Feedback is a vital component of any successful event. We will be delighted to hear from the participants to share their insights and reflections on the sessions. Their feedback not only highlights the success of our conference, but also provides us with valuable perspective for the future improvements. I request Ms. Rashmi to share her views about the conference.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rashmi. I'm a final year BSc Psychology student in SDM College. Before talking about the program itself, I just want to share a few things about the preparation part of it. It was very fun, like being involved with the classmates, doing all the preparations in the backstage. And along with that, we also presented a paper. It was my first paper. So the preparation for that was also very fun. And we spent a lot of energy on it, and it was a very nice experience. Coming to the program itself, both the key speakers were extremely good in their speeches. So Priti ma'am, she highlighted the importance of eating simple, staying simple and eating clean in this fast-paced world. She also mentioned mind-body relationship, how important the gut-brain axis is, and prevention methods against illness, and a lot of other topics which is very relevant to mental health as well as the physical health. And coming to Khadar sir's speech, he highlighted how millets are being downplayed because of the presence of wheat right now, and how important millets is in our health, as well as he showed a video about one of his patients who was suffering from diabetes and how effective his treatments were when it comes to treating that, and a lot of other lifestyle changes and prevention method, and how we can incorporate millets in our daily life to better our health. And in the afternoon session, the presentations were all very extremely good, and it dealt a lot with millets and different types of millets and how it can impact our life in various different topics in all aspects of physical health and how it correlates to mental health. So I just want to thank all the coordinators and the organizers for putting together this conference. I had a very nice experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmi. I request any of the delegates to share their feedbacks.
Om Shri Manjunataya Namaha. The pursuit of knowledge is never ending is what we are told. A warm good evening to everyone. This is Rajeshwari Nejikar, pursuing Masters in Clinical Psychology at Katila Shokpai Institute of Allied Health Sciences, Shimoga, and a proud alumni of SDM2. So speaking on the one-day program Multidisciplinary Conference, as SDM is known for discipline and organized program, the whole program was neatly organized. From the inaugural to the valedictory, everything took place on the right time in the right place. And coming to the knowledge, as I started with the quote, the knowledge we got to listen from the eminent personalities was also worth coming all the way from Shimoga. So it was a great day back in SDM, gaining knowledge, interacting with eminent personality. It was one great day. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for Department of Psychology, UG and PG for organizing this wonderful program, and thank you whole SDM team. Thank you.
Now it's time for the recognition of our participants. I invite Dr. B.A. Kumara Hegde, Principal of SGM College Ujire, to distribute the certificates to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of all the participants. 6 participants from SGM CBSE participated in the conference. I request one representative from the institution to collect the certificates.
I shall now read out the names of the paper presenters. Kindly collect the certificates from the dignitaries. Baisani Meghana. Baisani Meghana. Tejaswini. Abhilash KS. Congratulations to all awardees. I request Professor S.N. Kakatkar, Vice Principal of SDM College, Ujire, to deliver the valedictory address. I request Professor S.N. Kakatkar, Vice Principal of SDM College, Ujire, to deliver the valedictory address.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Respected Principal and President of today's valedictory function, Dr. Kumar Hegde, all faculty members, participants and dear students. I think you are all not ready to listen to me. You are very eager to not to go home, but implement this food habit in your food, having full of millets. Having attended such a program, very useful program, I think you are eager to implement this food habit in your food. Anyway, first of all, let me congratulate the department and all the concerned for having organized such a wonderful, such a useful and relevant program, particularly related to food and health, mental health. We know food is very essential for us, isn't it? See, in Bhagavad Gita it is said, Mana eva manushyanam karanam bandha mokshayoho. For everything, for all activities of the body, for all activities of the entire system, mind is important. All activities, without mind, good healthy mind is important, healthy brain is important. But how to keep this brain or mind healthy? You should have the good habits of healthy food, nutritious food. So just like if you want to maintain the engine of a vehicle, you have to properly service it regularly, you have to give the proper fuel, etc. Our brain or mind is the main part of our engine. To keep it healthy, you should have the healthy food. So it is said that millets are very good sources of all these vitamins, fiber content, nutrients, magnesium, phosphorus, etc. So if you take millets as your regular food, with your regular food, rice and all, definitely your mind will be healthy. If your mind is healthy, your entire health, body will be healthy. If the body is healthy, definitely you will be in full activities. So that is what I feel. I don't know much about these millets and all. But it is said, health is very important. It reminds me of sloka, Punarvittam, Punarmitram, Punarbhaya, Punarmahi. Etat sarvam punarlabdham na shariram punapunaha. See the importance of health, importance of our body. Punarvittam, you may get money again, you may lose money, you can get money again and again. Punarmitram, you may lose your friends, you may get new friends. Punarbhaya, I don't want to mention it. Punarmahi means wealth. So you may get it, lose it or get it. Etat sarvam punarlabdham. If you lose this, definitely you can regain this, but na shariram punapunaha. You may not, you cannot get this healthy body once again. Therefore, you have to be extremely careful. I am told that some over 40 papers are presented. So let this knowledge is not confined to these four walls. Let it reach a common man. Let it come out of the room and let it reach common man so that all common man in and around us go for these millets as the daily food, dietary food. And for us, I think we are blessed with the series Samsthe. So they are selling all these millets. So after the program, you can purchase, and also you can motivate your parents to purchase all these types of millets. So with this, I don't want to take much of the time. So finally, my take-home sentence, take-home message is eat good, do good, and be good. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thoughtful words.
As we come to the end of our conference, I request President of the program, Dr. B. A. Kumar Hegde, Principal of STM College, Ujire, to share his remarks with the gathering.
We are coming to the fag end of this one-day conference on millets and mental health, a national level multidisciplinary conference. And we are in the valedictory ceremony, and with us we are having the Vice Principal of the institution, Professor S.N. Kakatkar, and the Chairperson of the Department of Studies in Psychology, Dr. Vandana, and other colleagues, as well as the student representatives, as well as the participants from different institutions. Good evening to all of you. And I am happy that the department has convened this one-day national conference in a befitting manner. And I can understand the amount of strain and the stress that they have undergone in organizing this one-day conference. And for that, really, I compliment the department. I congratulate the head of the department and all the faculty members for their keen involvement in making this conference a big success. And in fact, this year, we have been observing the 25th year of the inception of the Department of Studies in Psychology in the post-graduation section. And most probably in the second week of December 2024, we are going to observe mega conferences, international conferences, and mega programs related to the Silver Jubilee celebrations of the Department of Postgraduation Department of Psychology. And we look forward for the participation of each and every one of you, because I know that majority of you are the alumni of the Department of Psychology, and you are all the well-wishers of this department. So hopefully, with your support and cooperation, we will be able to convene a big program in the second week of December 2024. And I extend my full support as well as extend my best wishes to the department in organizing this mega program also. And today in the day-long, deliberations, most of you have presented your papers. And you have been keenly involved in all the deliberations. And in the morning, you were there during the opening ceremony, followed by the two invited lectures, one from Dr. Khadar, another from Dr. Priti, Schonbach. And thereafter, you had plenty of interactions and the discussions. And in the afternoon session, you also presented papers. And after the deliberation, after the one-day conference, while going back, definitely you will visit one or the other cafe which is found in and around our institution for some sort of so-called fast food. Because ultimately, practically, we follow this one. So many people have they have expressed their interpretation, they have given their opinion regarding the millets, how to keep the mental health. And by the end of the day, we have our own, method to keep our mental health in a befitting manner. Understand? So ultimately, it is up to you whether to practice this or not. So many people have advocated so many, things related to the importance of the millets. And you just practice it. See whether it is working for you. If it is working for you, definitely you can follow. And the practitioners have given some valuable inputs related to the importance of the millets. And here I would like to emphasize only one important point, that is, you might have seen the people coming from the North Karnataka ranges, People from Bellary, Raichur, Belgaum and such areas from the North Karnataka area where normally the millets are cultivated. The millets are cultivated. You know that millets are cultivated in more than 56 nations, and in Karnataka particularly it is cultivated in North Karnataka, and you might have seen the people and their lifestyle, understand? And by and large they consume millets as their staple food. And they may not be rich, they are very simple, but they lead a very comfortable and happy life. This you might have noticed. I don't know whether you have noticed, but I have noticed, particularly people coming from those areas are calm and quiet and they are happy. Understand? Probably it may be because of the reason of the consumption of millets. Understand? In the morning only I told you that happiness is ultimately state of mind, and probably the millets have a profound influence on that one. Since the students of psychology as well as naturopathy and yogic sciences, you are all aware of the importance of acetylcholine, which plays a very important role in regulating the, transmission of the impulses. And they play a vital role. Just like acetylcholine, today the science has proved that vitamin B, vitamin B12, then folic acid, several vitamins and flavonoids, fibers, proteins, amino acids, particularly tryptophan. Amino acids, particularly tryptophan, play a vital role in the functioning of the brain. And since all these things, all this stuff is plentifully available in the so-called millets, why can't we use this? Today, science has proved that rice as well as the wheat is rich in carbohydrate. Say around 70% of the rice grain contains the carbohydrate, rest fatty acids and other things are there. Since it has been proved, and since the science has proved that consumption of more and more of rice leads to the hyperglycemic condition, means why should we continue to use only rice? So gradually, some of us, we can really think of, say, switching over to the millets. And please remember, millets and mental health is not a conference which has been organized in favor of those who sell millets, or this is not, say, conducted in favor of the Siri institution which is there in Dharmasthala as well as in Ujire, Belthangady. This is not an advertisement for the millets. The science, last year we have observed, the 23 has been observed as International Year of Millets. And several hundred papers have been published over the importance of the millets. See, this is how millets work in maintaining your health and in regulating the so-called homeostasis. If it is true, why can't we try? Why can't we try? And more than anything today, wherever we go, we can see people suffering from a lot of tension, stress, and insomnia, then so many other mind-related, brain-related irregularities. If this simple micro grain can contain all these things, and it can, say, give some solution for all these problems, definitely we can think of practicing this in a phased manner. So that is the take-home message from me for this particular thing. And once again, I thank each and everyone for taking an active part in today's deliberation. Thank you so much for coming all the way. I can make out our own students coming from Shimoga and some other areas. And since this has been conducted in a hybrid mode, we have participants both online and offline. Thank you once again for attending this one-day conference. And we look forward for your fullest support for our international seminar to be conducted in the second week of December 2024. Once again, I take this privilege to profusely congratulate and express my gratitude to Dr. Vandana Madam, Dr. Sudhir, Dr. Mahesh Babu, and Sindhu, Padma Shri, and whether I left anybody? Ashwini Square. We have Ashwini Square and all the senior students, that means students studying in post-graduation as well as undergraduate, because I have seen you people running here and there doing lot of activities, and it is only because of your interest and your enthusiasm we could do this. Once again, a big thanks to each and every one of you. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. To conclude our ceremony, I would like to invite Ms. Alicia P. Joy, President of Peace Association, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Esteemed guests, faculty members, participants and fellow students, I am Alicia Joy, President of Peace Association, and it's my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee to all those who have contributed to the successful culmination of a national conference on millets and mental health. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed President, Dr. B.A. Kumar Hegde, Principal of STM College, for his guidance and support throughout this conference. His presence has been an inspiration to all of us. Thank you, sir. We are also deeply indebted to Professor S.N. Kakathukar, Vice Principal of SDM College, for his insightful valedictory address. His words of wisdom has undoubtedly enriched our understanding of the conference theme. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks goes out to Dr. Vandana Jain, the convener of this conference, whose tireless efforts have made this event a reality. Her dedication and expertise have been instrumental in its success. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Ms. Sindhu V for her tireless efforts as the organizing secretary of this conference. Her dedication and hard work have been instrumental in making this event a success. Thank you, ma'am. We would also like to acknowledge the valuable contributions of our deans, Dr. Vishwanatha P., Dean of PG Studies, Professor Sridhara N. Bhatt, Dean of Humanities, and Dr. Savita Kumari, Dean of Science. Their support and encouragement have been instrumental in the smooth functioning of this conference. Thank you. A special word of thanks to all the faculty members of both undergraduate and postgraduate department who have participated and contributed to the conference. Your expertise and insights have enriched the discussions and made this event a valuable learning experience. Thank you. We are also grateful to the participants from various institutions, both online and offline, who have joined us today. Your active participation and contribution have made this conference a vibrant, engaging platform for knowledge sharing. Thank you. A special thanks to the media for their unwavering support in amplifying the message of this conference and ensuring its widespread reach. Special thanks to the U+ TV. Your coverage has played a crucial role in raising awareness about the importance of millets and mental health. Thank you. I would also like to express our appreciation to the student coordinators of Peace and Cognitor Associations, whose dedication and hard work have been essential to the success of this conference. Thank you. Finally, we extend our sincere thanks to all the students of undergraduate and postgraduate programs who have attended and participated in the conference. Your enthusiasm and engagement have made this event a memorable one. Thank you. We would like to acknowledge the technical team for their valuable assistance in ensuring the smooth function of the conference. Thank you. I would also like to thank Siri Rural Development Organization for their valuable support. Thank you. Thank you for thank you for your presence and participation. Your support has made this national conference on millets and mental health a resounding success. As we conclude today's proceeding, let us carry forward the knowledge gained and the connections made. We look forward to future opportunities to collaborate and to continue our shared journey of discovery and growth. Thank you once again. We wish you all a pleasant evening and safe travels.
Thank you, Ms. Alisha. As we close this chapter, let us carry forward the knowledge and experience gained. Thank you all for active participation and enthusiasm. We look forward to seeing you at the future events and wishing you continued success in all the endeavors. Safe travels and have a wonderful evening ahead. I request all the participants to collect the participation and presentation certificates from the registration desk. I request all the participants to collect the participation and presentation certificates from the registration desk. And I also request UG and PG psychology students to stay back.
Tea is arranged at the canteen. Delegates can have it.
UG and PG students can have their group photos. Psychology students.